Hey, how's it going? Good to see you. Did I make you a mod? You guys should both be mods. Let's go there. Mm, Contents. Save. Hey, Trillian, how's it going, Travis? I'd like that. I'd like to meet up and hang out. That'd be cool. I don't have any plans to go to Dallas though, because I haven't not doing modern day debate stuff, so I haven't really been traveling much. Tim, how's it going? Oh, I need to make sure that I am in politics. There we go. Invite to speak. Invite to speak. What's up?
Yo, T-Jump, what's up?
Not much. Clinton, yes, my main channel is monetized again. That's good. Hey, Gary, if you know anybody who wants to do debates in Australia, I'm planning to do a trip to Australia next year. So let me know if you have anybody who you can suggest, like churches, theist
Hello,
debaters, any of
anyone?
those guys, set up debates. Oh,
Hello?
what's up? What's up, ex-Muslim?
Yo, T-Jump, do you know who I am?
I do not know who you are. No idea.
Do you know a guy named Ibra Manga?
Nope.
You're still an atheist, I see.
Yep.
Have you heard of the atheistic hypocrisy?
Nope. Is that what's his name? I forgot his name. I don't know. Go ahead. What is it?
So there's an atheistic hypocrisy. It's basically it's an argument from hypocrisy where atheists demand empirical evidence for God, whilst at the same time willfully believe in historical figures where there's no empirical evidence for them. It's known as the atheistic hypocrisy.
Well, that's just ignorance of basic epistemology. So there's a thing called implicit versus explicit evidence. Like if I said I saw a dog, dogs already have implicit empirical evidence. We've discovered dogs, we have their bones, their DNA, et cetera, et cetera. So if I tell you I saw a dog, even though you have no empirical evidence of that dog, we do have empirical evidence of dogs, and so it's rational to believe. But if I told you I saw a unicorn, there is no evidence, empirical evidence of unicorns, and so that would be unreasonable to believe until you provided empirical evidence of unicorns, which none exist in the present or the past.
Well,
So wait. So here the difference is, if you say there's a historical figure like Abraham Lincoln, or I don't know,
but yeah, go ahead.
There's if you say there's like a historical figure like Caesar or something, there's no evidence of Caesar. It's still rational to believe Caesar existed because there's implicit empirical evidence of humans and all of Caesar's characteristic. But if you say something like there's a god, it's irrational to believe that because there's no evidence of.
Hold on, let me repeat. I'm gonna debunk you real quick. So,
well, you can't. This is just facts of fifth philosophy.
There is implicit empirical evidence, right,
of
creation of things. You and I, it is rational to consider us created because we did not create ourselves.
No.
So therefore, it is rational, right?
Well, no, absolutely, that does not follow at all. So like
creator. To believe in a creator.
No, you don't understand. Yes. You don't understand epistemology here. So implicit empirical evidence means empirically verifying the thing itself. So like saying we exist. Wait, stop. So saying we exist isn't empirical evidence of a creator. That doesn't work. Like nobody in science thinks that. Nobody in philosophy thinks that. That's just a stupid argument. So
How
like
did you come
implicit
into it?
empirical evidence means like we have bones of a dog. So like dogs exist. We know dogs exist because we have the bones. We
That's
have the DNA of the dogs. We have the genealogy of dogs. Like we have lots and lots of things that actually we can just go into a museum and say, "Hell, look, dog." We don't have that for God. You can't go to a museum and see the bones of God. Doesn't exist. You can't go to a museum and see the bones of a unicorn. Doesn't exist. So there's no implicit empirical evidence of
yeah,
God.
but
No.
but that's how God works. Like you're trying to say
I
God is
don't
matter.
care. I don't care how God works. I care what evidence works. So
Is God
no, no,
matter?
no, no. Stop. So your original question was you said there was a hypocrisy in atheism because we
You're
require
very dishonest. Why
wait,
don't you let me
wait,
talk?
stop. So you said there's a hypocrisy in atheism because we require empirical evidence of God, but we don't require empirical evidence for historical figures. But that's perfectly epistemically fine because historical figures have implicit empirical evidence. God does
Why can't
not.
I talk? Like, is this like a rumbling? Sure.
No, this is my show and I get to talk as much as I want and I can mute you however I want. So I would suggest you be very nice. Go ahead. What do you want to say?
Yeah, but I'm trying to like refute you, but you just won't let me. Like it's
Well, I'm educating you, and so if you're trying to refute me, you're doing
yeah.
something
I
wrong because I'm
already heard
telling
you.
you facts about philosophy.
Yeah. So the way I would refute that is simply put, God is not matter. Okay,
What does that matter?
God is not matter. Right? It matters because what does empirical evidence rely on? It relies on our interaction with matter.
It's called a
Okay.
special pleading fallacy. That's irrelevant to the
So,
question.
no, it's not. No, it's not. Because you're assuming that God is
No,
matter,
no, no. I
and
don't
therefore we
care. No, it doesn't matter
are
if God's
providing
matter. So let me
for.
teach you basic epistemology here. So basic epistemology starts. You need a way to differentiate imagination from reality to be justified in believing anything. I don't care what it is. Supernatural, metaphysical potatoes. Don't care. Anything that you want to believe. You need some way to differentiate whether or not it's imaginary or whether it's reality. So, in the
You
case
have
of
empirical.
Abraham Lincoln, people from history, we have that. We have implicit empirical evidence of humans. So, we have reason to believe Abraham Lincoln exists, even if we don't have
No,
direct empirical evidence of Abraham Lincoln. God does
okay,
not
that's
have that. Therefore, it's irrational to believe God exists. If you want to say that God isn't empirical, that's fine. That just means you don't have any evidence for him.
not quite true. Actually, you're straw manning my argument. But anyways,
Okay,
do
how?
you have any empirical evidence for consciousness?
Yes, consciousness is synonymous with the brain. It's called identitarianism. It is what the consensus in neurology, biology, cognitive science, philosophy of mind, and every other mind field.
No, let me respond to that. So no, there isn't any. There's no empirical
There
evidence for
is.
consciousness. See,
There is.
so no, there isn't actually.
There
The
is actually.
consensus
Like
of
no,
the
the consensus of
consensus
experts
was
is there is actually. Like this is it's called
no, there isn't.
identitarianism.
Dude, why
So
are you so
silly.
dishonest?
Well, no, you can actually Google this. This is actually really common. So you
Dude,
can
literally, dude, there's literally none. There's none.
no, again, Google identitarianism. Google that word. Do you know what that word means? This is a yes or no question. Do you know what the word identitarianism means?
Yes,
What does it mean?
you tell us, because I don't think you understand what it
I thought you
means.
said you knew. What does it mean?
Yeah, I don't
What
think
does it mean?
it's a false equivalence.
Okay, what does it mean?
No, I'm asking you what it means.
Do you know what it means?
I want to know what your meaning is, so
No,
that way
I
we
asked you a
can
question. Do
align.
you know what it means? You're
I'm
supposed to
just
say
gonna say no.
no.
So you can, yeah, I'm just gonna say no.
Right, you don't. You have
Yeah,
no idea what it means because you
no,
don't
I
know
do know, but I'm
anything.
just gonna say
Then
no
what is it?
because you just
Tell us. Tell us what it is.
no. You tell us.
It's right.
So
You have no idea.
it's
Goodbye. So, identitarianism is the philosophical position that consciousness and physical brain states are synonymous. It is the consensus position in all academic positions, and dishonest Muslims do have no idea what they're talking about. Anyway, I just need to unmute this guy. Let that guy up. What's up?
Dude, was I muted? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yes, you were server muted. I had no control over that.
Yeah, my bad, it's fine. Anyways, so T-Jump, I want to ask you something.
Sure.
What's your view on modality?
On what?
Modality.
I don't care.
Okay, it's not. I
Did
didn't
you have an
ask you if you
argument?
care or don't.
No, that is my position.
Sure, yeah, but I first have to know your view because you might be a
No, I don't
necessitarian who
care.
rejects God.
I don't care. So
So
unless it's
let's start
relevant
with
to
the
an
basics.
argument,
Can I,
do
T-Jump,
you
can
have
I
an
fail
argument?
to exist?
Do you have an argument?
Yes,
What's your argument?
yes.
What's your argument?
Basically, I'm starting off with a, can you relax? I'm starting off with a contingency argument.
Nope.
Hello.
Hey,
How are you, teacher?
sleepy.
Teacher, do you believe in the existence of abstract object logic?
Say that again.
Do you believe that logic exists as an
No.
abstract object?
Abstract objects do not exist, so that's a contradiction.
Okay. So your reality exists. I think, therefore I am.
Ooh, I exist. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So what is I refer to in that?
It refers to my conscious experience.
The- Yeah. Okay. Because if it refers to consciousness, then the entire external world will be viewed in perception of idealism. And
No, it doesn't have the
metaphysical
argument.
naturalism will not count.
Wait. So the cogito doesn't have a statement on the external world. The cogito just says I exist. It doesn't say whether the external world exists at all. It just starts with I exist and doesn't tell you whether you're
Yeah.
idealistic or materialistic or dualistic. It doesn't have a position. It doesn't care. So the only thing it says is that you exist, and whether or not the external world exists
You're
is a
having
separate
a
question.
yeah, okay, but to claim that I, because for to have an experience, I must recognize that I exist on the first place. So what I'm asking you is what that I refer to, because when you're having a debate with a what's that? I forgot that word.
Presuppositionalist.
Presupposition, something like that. Yeah,
Presuppositionalist.
presuppositionalist. And then he asked me this question. Yeah, he asked me this question, what I refers to, whether does it refer to consciousness or the physical person, because that changes the entire view of the external world.
It
If
doesn't
I
matter.
refers to
It doesn't
consciousness,
matter the argument.
then metaphysical naturalism. Yeah, okay.
So like
Okay, then
if I
what
said,
about therefore I am?
one second. So if I said I exist, now if I'm in a computer program like in the
Mhm,
Matrix, and my consciousness is a
mhm.
product of the Matrix or whatever, then I still exist as a product of the Matrix. If I am a brain in a vat, then I exist as a brain in a vat. If I'm in an idealistic pure consciousness realm, then I'm an idealistic pure consciousness realm. If my conscious experience is caused by electrical firings in Venus, then I'm electrical firings in Venus. And so
Mm.
what my conscious matter
Okay,
is made of doesn't make a difference. All that matters is that my conscious material is made of something. And it could be idealistic pure consciousness or a combination of both, dualism, or it could be just material. Makes no difference to the argument, because when I say I exist independent of knowing whatever I'm made of. So I don't need to know or make a position about what I'm made of in order to know that I
okay,
exist.
I got it. I got. Okay, I got it. And the second sentence, I think, therefore I am. So to come to that conclusion, therefore I am, don't you think logic comes prior to that conclusion?
Uh,
Because you are presupposing uh, law of non-contradiction or law of impossibility, logical impossibility.
Law of non-contradiction. There is no law of impossibility. But so in the argument does, yes, but the argument is simply an expression to describe the experience. So the experience doesn't presuppose anything. The experience exists independent of you knowing logic.
Yeah,
And then we can describe that
yeah.
experience
The
with the
reality
argument.
exists. I have heard this argument. The reality exists irrespective of whether we or our mind exists or not. I know that.
No,
But
that's not what I'm
I'm
saying. That's
talking
not the
about
argument.
beginning of our epistemology.
Stop. So what I'm saying is not that the external world exists independent of whether or not we know about it. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that I exist, my conscious experience, like I'm seeing a TV right now, that exists before logic. I don't know logic. I don't say logic. And then I can say, I think, therefore I am. That describes my experience of the TV. But my experience of the TV didn't presuppose logic. My experience is irrelevant to the logic. And then I said the argument to describe the experience.
Yeah, okay. You have the experience, but to interpret the experience or to infer anything from the experience to a conclusion, logic is must, isn't it?
Right. So if from the experience, I can then infer things, yes. But my existence is independent of the inference. I exist independent of any inference. I don't
No,
presuppose anything to exist.
for example, a baby has, if a 2-month-old baby has experience, but that doesn't know anything about whether it cannot come to conclusion that it exists or not. It has to have a certain logical, ability to come to that conclusion. To
Yeah,
even
it's
come
it coming to
come
the
to know that
conclusion
it
doesn't matter. So
exists.
I don't care
So,
if it comes to the conclusion. What matters is if it believes it exists, it can't be wrong. Even if it came to the conclusion based off of silly beliefs, who cares?
okay. Do you, when it comes to the external existence outside our, I think therefore I am. Do you think scientific method of scientism is logic is fundamental for that?
Well, there's multiple kinds of logic, so you can use different logics to do science.
No, I'm talking about. No, I'm not talking about the quantum logic. I'm talking about the classical logic of,
What? So you can
because quantum logic entirely.
okay, so there's different kinds of logic. There's standard logic, which is A equals A, the law of identity, law of excluded middle, law of non-contradiction. And there's many valued logic, which is
Yeah, this is the logic that I'm talking about. I'm
so
talking about this standard logic.
you can get rid of
Because
standard logic.
science is
Standard logic is
science.
not required. You can get rid of standard logic, replace it with a different logic, and still do science.
No. Scientific theories are entirely dependent on standard logic. Apart
No,
from quantum physics,
no,
forget about the quantum physics.
no.
What I'm saying, all the scientific theories are okay. Standard logic. But let me come to. So your view of the world is which kind of truth? Correspondence theory or which one?
Yeah, I'm a correspondence theory.
Yeah, correspondence theory. So your truth depends on how it corresponds in reality, right?
Yeah. So, but remember, your question is does science depend on logic? The answer is no, because logic is just a framework for
No,
analyzing
I'll tell you.
relationships. So you can replace logic, standard logic, with any of the other non-standard logics. You can use a non-standard logic and still get the conclusions of science. That's one of the main papers that is
No.
describing
No,
non-standard logic.
no. Can you explain me anything about non-standard logic or any scientific theories based on that?
No, because I don't believe non-standard logic. If you want to know how non-standard logic works, you need to
Yeah,
ask somebody who researches non-standard
I,
logic.
I don't believe it either. I don't believe it in either. What I'm asking you is, we have scientific experiments going on for several years. All these theories are based on standard logic. So what I'm asking you is, does our external exploration of our external existence, this existence of the external world, depends on logic as
No, it
fundamental?
does not. I've already answered this. So anything standard logic can do, other logics can do in a different way. Okay. So other logics can repeat the same results using a different logic to create the same external world that we see around us.
Okay, but some kind of logic is fundamental, isn't it? Some
Oh,
kind of logic, whatever it is.
well, logic is again the language that describes the
Something
pattern. Wait, stop. Logic is the
no.
language that describes the pattern of reality. So logic doesn't exist. Logic describes the way reality works. Reality could work in a standard logic way, or reality could work in a non-standard logic way. But there has to be some way reality works fundamentally. Yes.
Yeah, I will come to the aspect of reality. I have something to say in that as well. But in standard encyclopedia of philosophy, it says scientific method requires logic as a system of reasoning for properly arranging, but also inferring beyond what is known by observation.
Right. So
Method
logic
of reasoning may include prediction, or analogy.
reasoning is done by
Is
a
it?
mind after it exists. So it doesn't need reasoning to exist. Reality
No,
exists in mind.
reasoning is dependent on logic. Without logic, you can't
No,
do
no, no.
reasoning.
Stop.
Reasoning is a process,
Stop.
process of coming
Stop
to a
talking.
conclusion.
Stop talking.
Yeah.
So logic and reasoning are done by minds. Reality doesn't require any of them. Reality is not based on logic. Reality is not based on reasoning. Logic and reasoning are done by brains to understand reality. Reality exists first before logic or reasoning.
Yeah. So you agree reality is not relative. It is outside our mind. There's a reality outside our perception. You agree to that, right?
Yes. Reality is outside of the mind. Yes.
Okay. Now, outside of the mind, that means whatever we observe could be a part of reality or could be some other angle of reality, but there exists some ontologies and reality outside our perception. So you cannot say whatever is proven via scientific method is only true. There are truth outside of our observation. You yourself agree to that, isn't it?
What you can't say things are true with 100% certainty other than that you exist.
No, we don't have to say, we don't have to know anything. I'm just to come to a logical conclusion that there are things outside our perception. Or different, there could be different ontologies, different things. We can come to a conclusion of the existence of those things using logic, but we don't have to know anything regarding that. I'm not talking about the epistemological aspect. I'm talking about there are ontologies. Just to come to conclusion of the existence of different ontologies, because evolution is not obliged to give us the perception to perceive actual or entire reality.
I have
So
absolutely no idea what you're
by
saying,
that
dude.
argument alone, we will have to come to a no. What I'm saying is our entire reality, our study of reality is entirely dependent on our perception of the reality.
Sure.
So evolution is not obliged to give us the perception to perceive the entire actual reality. Evolution is
Sure.
only obliged to give us the perception to perceive reality for survivability. Okay, so it doesn't have to give us the perception of entire reality. So
Yes.
there is an entire reality outside, which you yourself agreed. Reality is not dependent on mind.
My
Then it will
simple
become relative truth.
evolution
Good.
doesn't need to give me a view of the entire reality. I don't care. It gives me a single view. I exist, and that's
Hmm.
enough. I don't need anything else. I can then build off of that.
Yeah,
So
okay. Okay, it gives us a single view. With that, we can study the patterns and the mechanical aspect of the things, and then we can develop so many things. I agree to all of that. What I'm saying is, can you at least agree that there must be some other ontologies and reality outside our mind? Because you every time you say
there doesn't must
we
be.
can only believe in things. No, must be, because evolution is not obliged to give us the perception to perceive the entire reality.
It doesn't
So there
matter.
must be
It
a
doesn't matter.
reality outside our perception.
Literally, solipsism is possible. Literally, your mind or my mind could be the only thing that exists, and it's just a figment of our imagination. There's no evolution. It's just a figment of our imagination. So I don't know anything you're saying right now.
No, we have access to observable world. Okay, we can make claims about observing things. Okay, and truths about that. But there are world outside of observation. Definitely, there must be a world, because evolution is not obliged to give us the perception to perceive all those things.
That sentence does.
If we are a product of natural, no,
So our
there are
senses
several philosophers
can be
who
completely
argue.
generated by our own
Hmm.
mind. So all of the things we see could be generated by our own mind, and it doesn't require that there's an external world.
No, you know the constructive empiricism argument.
What empiricism is the next argument. Like after you have experience, then you can infer there's an external world based off of the difference between your imagination and the experience, but it doesn't prove it with 100% certainty.
Like Born Friesen, he argued that observability and uh, what science is a scientific theories can predict. Observability is different. In the outside world, there is so many things which is outside our observability. So when we make a scientific theory, the theory is not absolute truth. There are two kinds of truth: approximate truth, absolute truth. So to come to a conclusion of absolute truth, we are totally dependent on logical, law of logics, like law of logical impossibilities, logical contradiction, and impossibility of the contrary. Only through those logical arguments we can come to a perfect truth. Through scientific induction, we can only come to a approximate truth. Do you agree that?
Yeah, so
Do you agree?
certainty
Because
is
so many
logic and
theories
math,
which
and then probabilistic is science. So what?
yeah, I just want to like, because in every video of so viewers you are saying that whatever is proven via induction is the only truth to differentiate it from imagination
Yeah,
and with novel testable prediction. But many theories which has been proven with novel testable prediction have turned out to be false later.
yeah, that doesn't matter.
I've taken a list of several scientific.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So like,
So if that's the case, yeah. If that's the case, then pessimistic meta induction, according to that argument, they say if you prove certain theory turns out to be false, then those methods cannot be trusted anymore. Because you said novel testable prediction is the only way to know truth, but there are theories which has been proven with novel testable prediction turn out to be false later.
doesn't
So
matter.
pessimistic meta,
So like
yes,
there are theories that were
we
based on
cannot
logic.
trust in
Like you
those
can use
theories.
logic to try to infer there's a god, like Thor or something, and that was proven wrong. So you can use logic to come to theories that are wrong and don't correspond to reality, and that happens
No,
more
no,
often than theories based off of science. So logic doesn't tell us anything about the external world at all.
no, logic, like I told you, like logically we can come to a conclusion that everything that is measurable is dependent.
No, that's false.
And then
That's
we will
false.
have to go
That's
to the
false. That's
argument
false.
of
Stop. That's
no, no.
false.
Then we will have to
If
go
you
to the
came to
we
that
will have to
conclusion, you
no,
would be
no. That's
wrong.
false. You told me about
Stop.
no. You you
Stop.
you
Stop.
told, you told me
Stop.
about
Stop. Stop. Stop.
necessitarianism,
Stop. Stop.
but in
Stop talking.
necessitarianism,
Okay, so the first thing you said you came to a logical conclusion that everything we can measure is contingent. That is a proven false thing. So if you're using logic to come to that, you're wrong. That's a theory that's like saying I don't know, phlogiston, a scientific theory that people had based off of empirical evidence that was proven wrong. Well, your theory that you can logically deduce that anything that's measurable is dependent is equally as wrong as phlogiston. And so, based on your own logic, that a theory which can get things wrong about reality is or the method you shouldn't use anymore. Well, then you should stop using logic because logic doesn't work definitively because your theory is definitively wrong.
But King Embryo or Mbio, you're welcome to come up.
Anybody else? Questions, comments, God stuff. Hey, Amy, how's it going?
Pretty good. How are you, Sergio?
I'm doing well. I'm down 20 pounds since I started my bike delivery job.
Oh, nice. I've been doing the opposite, which is eating chocolate. I probably need to do more biking.
Get a job at Jimmy John's.
Oh, I like Jimmy John's. I like sandwiches.
60-second skeptic. Thank you for the super chat. Do you think the pattern of moral progress is moving forward in places like North Korea, or is that too narrow a lens for moral progress? Yeah, I think even in North Korea, moral progress is moving forward. Like the society in general of people in North Korea probably think that the rights of humans matter more than the dictatorships 1,000 years ago. So I think that even comparing their progress, it's not going to be as much as everyone else, but I think that their progress is also a thing.
All right. Hello.
Hey,
Hello.
Yeah. I just want to come up and like give you like a statement and just let me know if you disagree or agree. And like don't say I disagree or agree, but like
I
just
disagree.
like Because yeah, just
I
give me your
agree.
like okay, science is based in logic and reason, but essentially they still it's still based in miracles because of the essential Big Bang. So like as long as you give science the I guess the holy miracle of the Big Bang, they can essentially explain the universe in maths and reason.
Well, that's not a miracle. Like, why do you think that's a miracle?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you don't exactly know what the Big Bang is, right? So you make assumptions as if everything came out of existence. But what I'm saying is based in a format of miracles, right?
Well, no, not knowing something isn't a miracle. So not knowing how something happened doesn't make it a miracle. Like, there's lots of things we don't know how it happened.
Or
We
what does
don't
it make
know. Well, we don't know what dark matter is. We don't know what dark energy is. We don't know what the fine structure constant is or why
Yeah,
it
but
is.
I'm not talking about that.
Well, no, no, no,
That's
no, no, no.
aspects
So
of the
the
universe,
Big
right?
Bang is a miracle because we don't know why it happened. That's wrong. There's lots of things we don't know why they happened. None of them are miracles. The fact that we don't know why something happened does not make it a miracle ever.
Like we
Yeah,
don't
but
know a
that's not what
lot.
I said.
We don't know a lot about dark energy. We know a decent amount about the Big Bang, and just because we
I
don't
don't mean to
know
interrupt you, but you're
before,
talking like I just want to like reiterate, like you're talking about the aspects of the universe. I'm talking about the creation. Like I'm assuming the energies that formed, dark matter came from the Big Bang. I'm talking about that essential, miracle.
Well, no, so why
It's
is that a miracle?
science
This
is
is
based
our
off that.
question. We asked you a question. What makes the Big Bang a miracle? You said it was because we don't know
Creation
what
of
caused it.
existence.
There's no evidence that the creation of existence there. Nobody in physics thinks that's the creation
But
of
we're
existence.
aspects of the universe, aren't we? We're made of, qualities, minerals, so on and so on of, the universe, right? So we're
Yes,
aspects
and
of
the
it.
Big Bang was just one part of the universe. It wasn't the creation of everything.
nor
Yeah,
a miracle.
you keep making these claims. What do you mean by it wasn't a creation of everything?
There are things that existed prior to the Big Bang that created the Big Bang. They're called quantum fields, quantum foam. There's evidence of this. We've demonstrated with the Casimir effect. We know that there are things prior to the Big Bang. That's the consensus in every field of science. Nobody says the Big Bang
It's
is the
not a
creator of everything.
consensus.
That is literally a
It's more like
consensus.
essential theory, right? It's a theory.
No, that is
It's
literally a
not
consensus.
a hard evidence.
Yes, we do have evidence. Casimir effect. I literally
Yeah,
just told you
what
it.
exactly is? Oh, sorry.
Casimir
What
effect. I
exactly is
literally
that?
just told you it. The Casimir effect. I literally just told you it.
Yeah, I'm not a scientist, man. You don't need
What?
to get so angry at me. Can you? What exactly is that?
It's an experiment that demonstrated that virtual particles exist and things can pop in and out of existence, which is how the Big Bang happened, which is one big virtual particle event.
And I'm assuming throughout these experiments, they found evidence that this format could exist.
Yes, it's an empirical thing we can do in a lab that can actually demonstrate they exist.
Okay, given that experiment proved that, what exactly does that prove in the creation of the universe?
It proves the process and methodology by which particles can come into existence with antiparticles, and that's how the Big Bang. That's what the Big Bang is: particles coming into existence.
We also
So,
don't believe.
where did like these particles come from? They just come from
Vacuum energy.
this vacuum energy.
Quantum fields, quantum foam. Yes, we've demonstrated this. So we have evidence. There's nothing about this is faith. Nothing about this is read a holy book and have beliefs. Nothing about this is gibberish. Everything about the Big Bang is empirically verified, and everything about the theories that explain the Big Bang is a combination of known, verified principles, laws, and methods in physics. None of this is comparable to a miracle. None of this is comparable to God. It's all better than every single religious belief ever invented. None of it's fake.
Yeah, but like, what exactly was there before the universe? Was it just a vacuum? Like, it's a lot of like
Quantum
assumptions you're
fields.
putting
There's
out
no
there.
assumptions are fine. None of it's faith. It's all better than religious beliefs. A religious belief, garbage. Faith, science, not faith, not garbage.
Yeah, that's not why I asked. You keep explaining that, this, like these two entities came together, smashed, and created a universe. But like, where exactly did
No.
they come from? Did they
No,
pre-exist in a
let's separate.
vacuum, or?
So if you want a basic primer on physics and virtual particles, you can Google it. It's fine. But your original question was, is science requires the faith of the Big Bang? So I proved that wrong. There was no faith in the Big Bang. And so that statement you made is wrong.
And can
Well,
I
like
also point
I
out?
don't fully agree with you. obviously. But you know,
But that question is silly because it's like asking when you're at the North Pole, well, where is more north than the North Pole? The answer is
I don't
nowhere.
think any question is politically, stupid. I think gaining knowledge is very
Well,
important. But
no,
regardless, okay.
but I'll show you why it's either a silly question or I would at least like the same response back is what caused God to exist?
Uh, I don't know. I guess when AI gets similar intelligence, then that's will probably question that. But like, regardless of that, when it comes to questions like, are we going to be able to even comprehend it? Are we even like prepared? Do we have the technology? Do we have the maths? The other forms of physics? I don't think we do. But do you think you can actually comprehend that answer?
Yes, that's a very easy
Yeah,
answer to
yeah.
comprehend. When people say we can't comprehend it, that's usually an excuse for their ideology being wrong.
No, to fully understand the existence of God, I'm right. Because if we're talking about the existence of, like, I'm using the Abrahamic God, he
Yes,
exists out of
yes, it's
time,
fully easy to
space,
comprehend it.
these type of
100%
things.
easy. No, not even a
Yeah,
problem.
yeah. Okay, yeah. But what I'm saying is, seeing as we're aspects of the universe, we can only somewhat,
Nope.
comprehend the
Nope, this
aspects
is an
of our
excuse. This
universe.
is an excuse
Okay.
theists make that says, "Oh no, we couldn't possibly understand it." That's what happens when people make up false
Well,
ideologies and they want to make up excuses for why they can't give an actual answer. They just say, "Oh, it's impossible to understand."
can you create a time machine for me?
I don't need a time machine. I can understand I
Can you
can
create
understand the
one? Can
past.
you just tell me how
I
you
do not
create
need
one?
to create a time machine at all.
Why you keep avoid like? Can you just tell me how you create
Because
one?
Well,
I don't need to build a time machine to be able to understand things.
Yeah, but
Understanding
yeah,
is
you
happens in the
understand
brain.
time so much. Why don't you build me a time machine?
Stop talking. So I can understand a thing outside of space-time just fine. We actually have those in quantum fields. We can understand those things without being able to build everything.
Do you
Understanding
understand
is
time?
not contingent on the ability to build stuff. So yes, we could
but
understand God's existence just
Well,
fine.
control. No, it's not building stuff. It's a time machine. You can move up and down from time, and God knows
I don't need
sideways
to
maybe. But
build things to understand things. You're just making this very,
well,
very
like if we're
stupid
talking about,
error.
you can't. Okay, okay. If
but
we're
King,
talking,
You're making this very stupid error where you keep trying to conflate our ability to make things is being contingent on our ability to understand things. Those are not the same. I can understand how a star works, but I can't build a star. The ability to build something is not required for the ability to understand something. So you're making this stupid argument to try and show we couldn't understand God because we can't build time machines. That's just a stupid argument. No, get better at making arguments.
and this is why I wanted to test your epistemology,
well, like
because if
we're
you're
about to
saying
terror.
that God
Can I just
cannot
reply back to?
be, good reply back.
Like you say, like building things are not important to understanding things. Clearly, we're building telescopes, things in
How are
space,
you this
new
dumb?
constructions on Earth. I think with those inventions, we've discovered a lot of things.
How are you
For you
this
to say
dumb?
that,
How does that sentence correspond to anything I just said? Let me say this for you again. I can understand things without the need to be able to build it. I can understand what a black
well, you
hole
don't
is.
need to
Can
insult me, man.
I
You don't need to insult.
I do, because what you said is so insanely inane and stupid. So, can I build a black hole?
And
No,
in what
I
way?
cannot build a black hole. Do I understand what a black hole is? Yes, yes, I do.
No, you don't.
Yes,
You
I
can't
do.
build it. You don't know the fundamental.
You're a dumbass.
But and this is what I wanted to get at is that
I'll let you run
we
for.
don't have to know.
If you want to let
It's
him
all
back up,
good.
and if you wanted to let him back up and chat, that's fine.
Is he? Where is he down there? I invite him to speak. He might not come back up. It looks like he's not coming back up.
Okay.
Okay. All good. I mean, my point was when they ask this question, they give us a how can we ever know the mind of God? When very specifically we say, well, we're using physics to actually go all the way back to the Big Bang, back to Planck time. And that is at least as far we can, like, I agree with what T-Jump is saying. We can see things. There's good backing for at least why we can hypothesize about why quantum fluctuations may be even before that. But we're using physics. And so I just don't know what tool you are using when you're going to use God in replacement of that. And the answer is too mysterious. So that seems.
It's a book.
Give me
You're using a magical book that was written by goat herders, and that is better than all of science combined.
You know what? You may be right.
Give me a quick second, guys. I apologize. You brought me up just a bit quick, and I gotta finish this in about 2 seconds for me.
No problem.
It's not good. Sending love to Live Chat, sponsored by Live Chat.
All right. Good. Sorry, I do claims adjuster work, and I just got an email on the claim side to respond to it real quick. So I'll keep this short just because I'm not as debate fueled as a lot of people are, and I don't want to take up your guys' content. But Rambo, I think, lost the thread of what could have been an interesting conversation. The more I spend time in these, the more I kind of start thinking that there's a lot of parallels between atheists and some of the more like Abrahamic devout theists. So I guess where the question's coming into play is when you take in things in consideration like the Big Bang, things along those nature, it does get to a point where all you're working on is theories, educated guesses, so on and so forth. I kind of think that's the same case with a lot of theists. So do you guys think that's different, or where's the difference between somebody filling in blanks for what they don't know with religion versus somebody filling in blanks with what they don't know with educational guesses?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, in science, a theory can only be built based off of combinations of principles, particles, and laws that have been verified to exist independently of our imagination. You can't just add in magic leprechauns. And as this is true of all science, you're not just allowed to just add in whatever you want. For something to be a reliable theory, it can only be a combination of things that we have already demonstrated exist independent of our imagination. Whereas gods are not. Like they just make whatever up, they make up whatever they want and add it in and say, this is my sky daddy. And so for answering what we don't know, like if you see a hoof print in the snow, you could say it's probably a horse. Probably a horse left the footprint. And that would be reasonable because we have evidence of horses. Horses exist. But if you said a unicorn did it, that would be unreasonable because we have no past evidence of unicorns. So even though we don't know what caused the hoof print, we can still say that the rational hypothesis is the one that uses things that we have past evidence for and is not making up new things that we have no evidence for. Science does the same thing. So because science takes things we don't know, like dark matter or dark energy or the origin of everything, and tries to answer these, it's trying to answer them with things that we have evidence actually exist, rather than just making up complete gibberish based off of whatever farts into our imagination at the time, which is what religion's doing. And that's why they're not equivalent.
So you bring up a good point with it, and I do want to, I guess, preface this again by saying I'm just trying to get more information from your stance. But you said science is a matter of combining, and I apologize, I don't misquote you, as particles, and what was the other things?
Principles, particles, and laws that have been verified to exist independent of our imagination.
Perfect. So in order for a scientific theory and scientific thought process to work, there's a criteria. I feel that's the same within most religions. There has to be a criteria that in order for this to be a thing from God or be godly or be considered a miracle, it still has to fit this certain criteria. So in from my perspective of it, both seem to be saying the same thing with the same confidence that they are correct and that they are right. They're just using different verbiage to fill in those gaps.
Well, the verbiage doesn't matter. What matters here is, do you have a way to differentiate imagination from reality? So all of the principle that science is using is saying we're only allowed to use combinations of things that we've shown are not imaginary. And so theists have made up their own principles of what qualify as a god or whatever, but can any of them differentiate imagination from reality? Well, no, they can't. That's the problem. And so what matters here is does anyone have a methodology to differentiate imagination from reality? And I've never seen any religions that do. Science definitely does. And that's what makes science better. And so as long as they focus whatever their principle is around the ability to differentiate imagination from reality, that's going to make it better than all the ones that can't differentiate imagination from reality. So I don't really care what principle you come up with. What matters is can you differentiate imagination from reality? Science can, religions can't. That's the difference.
What is a hypothesis if not somebody's imagination that they plan to vindicate or prove one way or another?
Well, again, so if it's a hypothesis that's built or combined of only things that have been demonstrated to exist, like I saw like a horse created the horse of the hoof prints, that's going to be better than one that's adding in parts that have not been demonstrated to exist. Like the hoof print was caused by a magical unicorn. That would be unreasonable to exist. So there's a difference between you imagining a horse did it and you imagining a unicorn did it. In one case, it's a combination of only principles, particles, and laws that have been demonstrated to exist, which makes it rational. In the other case, you're making up entirely new ontologies of entirely new properties that have no basis in reality other than your imagination, and that's unreasonable to believe.
But we can also move hypotheses into theories. We can say, look, we found like hoof DNA, and now we can definitely verify that this was indeed a horse. And so we do this for crime scenes. This is what we get a lot from theists, and we ask, if there was a murder scene, could we prove that they did it without us being there? And the answer is yes. We don't have to be the ones to actually be there at the crime. We just have to collect
Collect data.
Collect data. Exactly.
Yeah. That's fair. And it's, again, just to play devil's advocate, I feel like to some degree, theists tend to do that as well. Because like you're going to obviously like have like stupid claims like, oh, I saw the Virgin Mary's face in a tortilla or some nonsense. There's typically an investigation done into similar claims such as that to prove if it's just bullshit or if there's some kind of prevalence that they may chalk up to some kind of divine influence into it. So the processes are still there. It just, I don't know. To me, it does seem like, although neither side will ever want to admit it, there's a lot of parallels to be drawn between hardcore atheists and hardcore Abrahamic theists.
I don't see the parallel you're making there. So, like, yes, theists like try to investigate things like real demon possessions versus fake demon possessions. They try to identify real miracles versus fake miracles. Like they have saints are supposed to do 2 or 3 miracles after death to become a saint or whatever. They have a made up criteria that they have imagined that they use. The question is which ones can differentiate imagination from reality? Science is the only one that can. And so science is the only one that can make predictions about the future, about things we don't know and have never seen before, and get it right. No religious belief, no religious methodology has ever done that. And so we differentiate good, reasonable methodologies from garbage people farted into their brains that have no basis in reality, based by the ones that can predict the future and get it right. That's the difference. That's the difference between scientific methodologies, which have a strict criterion of what they're allowed based off of only the things that can do that, and religious belief, which is based off of people's feelings and nothing else.
If you're trying to say that atheists can be dogmatic too, then sure. But I agree with everything that T-Jump said. We at least are trying to, if you are a skeptic, come to the table with evidence for our beliefs.
No, absolutely. I'm not qualified to even begin doing that with anybody's beliefs. I just tend to, I don't know, I like to learn more about asking people things like this so that way it kind of helps give me perspective on it all. But that pretty much wraps that up for me. I really didn't have much else to go on. Like I said, don't want to take up all of your guys' content time, so I will yield the floor to the next person that wants to holler and scream and do all kinds of nonsense with you guys. Appreciate the time.
Thank you for coming. Discord friggin' shrinks the name, so all I see was D. But thank you, D. All right, anyone else? Any reasons, apologetics, excuses for God? It sounded like such a scowl, but I really wanted to say it much nicer. Any reasons for God? Oop. Boy join, boy leaves. Just raise your hand and we can bring you up. And if not, then we're just going to assume that there are no theists any longer and that the world has finally become secular.
Yes. All thanks to Amy. While I was gone, Amy converted everyone in the world.
Secret was coffee.
Yeah.
Who knew?
Yeah.
Yo, so I also have a question. So we can just argue about God existing. So we could just
Okay.
argue for like, for example, if like there are something called cause and effect, and do you think everything necessarily needs to like have a cause in order for the effect to go through?
No. It's called a brute fact. If you
Uh,
Google the word brute fact, this is a thing in philosophy that they're uncaused things.
cause.
Yep.
I think for only uncaused thing in this scenario would be something like God. So that's
Nope.
fine.
So like uncaused things would be like I forget what it is in quantum mechanics. There's uncaused particles that pop out of existence, called virtual particles. And those have been confirmed. Like there's a consensus in physics that these randomly occur. They're uncaused. Brute facts. Anything could be a brute fact that's uncaused. Doesn't need to be a god. So God is not an accepted hypothesis in physics or philosophy. And physics and philosophy both have uncaused things.
Well, the problem here is that like you're talking about particles, and I agree for like in this scenario, if we are talking about particles, I'm like, if there's a creation of this universe and every particle within this universe, there must be a higher being who created everything, which is like why I agree with the law of conservation mass, of course, for that if atoms cannot be
Why does that
destroyed
need a
or created,
creator? Why
but
none of that needs a creator? It can just exist on its own. Why would it need a
because
creator?
a universe would, yeah, because a universe would need a cause which created it, because
No, it
it can't
doesn't.
come from nothing, because that would
It
be
can just be not
contradictory.
created. It could be a not created thing.
It could be not. Okay, so can you explain further, or
Yeah, so you don't think God was created, right? You think he's uncreated, right?
I think it's a necessary being. So yeah.
Yeah, so you can just have other things that are not created. So the universe could be not created. It's just the necessary being. Quantum fields could be uncreated. That could be the necessary being.
So you think for universe came from nothing?
No, did God come from nothing?
I think he created himself to come from something. To
He created himself.
no, I think it's eternal. My fault.
There you go.
Yeah, I think
There you
it's
go.
eternal.
So yeah, you can say the universe is eternal. The quantum fields are eternal. They are uncreated. They didn't create themselves. They didn't come from nothing. They are eternal. And that's more rational than believing in a god because we actually have evidence those things exist.
Okay, so what's the evidence?
That quantum fields exist, the Casimir effect.
Okay, but the only problem I would have is that my fault. We can continue this later after going.
All right.
Have a good one. I always wonder if these are the reasons why they believe in their, in Jesus.
I don't ever think
Was an
that's the case.
uncaused. Yeah.
But I don't think it matters because I think like the reason why people believe is usually personal and emotional, which doesn't have any basis in logic, and then they try to make logical reasons that justify it after the fact. But I think that's
Sure.
fine. Anybody can do that. Like people do that with scientific theories all the time.
Yes, but it is just fascinating that at least some part of their brain knows that going camping with the wife and, seeing Jesus in a lake or something, it's probably not going to convince the guys or the skeptics or whoever they're talking to, the person at the bar. And so they have to go with this.
Well, I
The
think so. I
contingency
think
or
every
alone.
I think every epistemology or every hypothesis starts with something like a personal experience. Like you had a dream about it, or it just came into your head that this kind of makes sense, even in science. And no one's ever going to be convinced by that. That's a terrible reason to believe anything. But then after you have that like initial hypothesis, then you start looking for confirmatory evidence. You try to make novel predictions, try to build a way to make it fit into the other scientific models or whatever. And I think there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with starting with a terrible justification to come to a belief and then looking for evidence. What's wrong is that when you don't find the evidence, you're not willing to abandon the belief. And so starting with terrible evidence is fine. Scientists do it all the time. And then using that to try to look for confirmatory evidence of your silly hypothesis is totally fine. And both theists and atheists do that. The difference is that theists won't abandon their belief when they don't find evidence or when there's disconfirmatory evidence, where scientists will.
Well, I don't think that they currently have good evidence for a God. I'm sure that there's been many hypotheses in science that are now theories that started off maybe as a personal experience, but we're just looking for good evidence. If they could convert that hypothesis 2,000 years ago into a theory, even though they hate that word, but if they could make it into one, you'd believe a man came back from the dead.
Yep. Anybody else evidence arguments for God? Yes, there could be a purple hippo. That is true. It is logically possible.
Often get the unicorns are real because rhinos are real.
I think rhinos normally have like two horns, don't they? A bicorn.
The double unicorn.
I think it's bicorn.
Then again, many of the people who oppose this, they think the world is 6,000 to 10,000 years old. Come on, theists. Come on and talk about God.
Hello? I wasn't gonna come up, but no one else has come up, so whatevs.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Um, oh, I did want to make a little point. T-Jump, there was an error. Brute fact is not a fact that doesn't have any, like, cause. A brute fact is just something that doesn't have an explanation. So something can have no cause, but still an explanation. So, um, I don't think you're gonna necessarily disagree. No. Is he here or not?
He may have gone away for a second.
Oh, okay.
My thing with brute facts, I just think that we have two of them currently, which is I think therefore I am, and the logic itself. Those two seem to work, and then I think theists add on a third.
So I'm not sure. I think therefore I am needs to be a brute fact in the sense that it can have an explanation. Like presumably you think you have an explanation as to why you exist and why you have a mind and stuff like that.
Yes, very specifically, I think that I have a mind because I'm an animal, and so my parents had sex and gave rise to another conscious creature.
Yeah, so the fact of your thinking wouldn't be a brute fact. Because it does have an explanation.
Well, has an explanation, but I don't think that there can be any other way. I think that that is a starting place from which we can branch off.
No, I think that's a perfectly fine starting place for epistemology. That seems reasonable to me. My point today, Jump, was just that a brute fact can have no cause, but still an explanation or something. Because brute facts are generally defined as a fact that doesn't have any explanation.
To me, we just mostly deal with brute facts, at least now, epistemologically, is with the presuppositionalists. Not always, but because they seem to put God as a brute fact. And I know you're an agnostic, but
Yeah. I mean, is anyone else like I had a question about T Jump's moral view, but if he's not here,
well,
then
I can say maybe just stick around for a second while he gets back, and I'll just do another call out. Any theists out there? Time for you to prove God. This could be the time where you get maybe 2, maybe 3 converts. Who knows? I'll anti-preach if you'd like. I just don't understand prophethood at all. Middlemen for God. Please, someone explain why we need these quote-unquote teachers that have to be the ones that not only communicate one-on-one with God, but prophets make prophets, ladies and gentlemen. It's good to be a king, or the prophet in this case. Then again, not good in oh, Exhibit 1. How are you, Exhibit 1?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing good. I like your picture.
We're living in a world where people can decide to be fur babies, and it's actually gaining traction for people to pee and poop in cat litter in schools. So I'm
You
kind of
have experience with this?
getting depressed with this whole notion that we can just decide to be whoever we
Maybe.
are. I'm sorry?
No, I just wanted to know if you had experience with this. Continue.
No, it's a national thing. There's several districts that are allowing these kids to dress up as fur babies, cats, whatever the furries, with tails, and they want to put cat litter in school and allow kids to pee and poop in cat litter. And it's like, I'm all for whatever you want to do in life. You can be whoever you want to be. If you live in the United States, in my opinion, it is the land of the free. I have an idea that the MAGA supporters should go get with the BLM supporters, and those two groups should go get with the LGBT alphabet community, and then they all should march and say, look, this is the land of the free. We can be whoever we want to be. I can't tell you what to be, but you can't tell me what to be, but we can be what we want to be. Right? So when we can get
the latter half, definitely, I guess, towards the.
well, I mean, you can be whatever you want to be. I mean, but there's a limit, right? Like
Sure.
when I go,
Can I just point out that anytime I hear the someone please help the women and children, which was the very beginning, not like the cheerful march at the end, but it is almost always from people who very much discriminate and target women and children. Not saying
well, if
you,
you
I
want to
mean
talk
the
about the
leaders
Lord,
and institutions, like the conversion of children into religion, like they do it and with a smile on their face, and many of the communities think it's a good thing.
well, there's all religion. And, in the United States, they got all denominations that claim Jesus is the way, their way. All these denominations claim Jesus is the way, but they all have their variations of how they believe God really is. But then we send all our monies to the Jews who don't believe in Jesus, right? So follow me here for a second. We live in the United States with multiple denominations that believe their way is the way, and it's Jesus, right? Mostly. But then we are told to respect the Jews and give them all our money. And the Jews don't believe in Jesus.
Is it all of the money?
Well, meaning when I say money, I mean the United States funds both sides of the war, right? So, we can sit here and worry about religion. I'd rather worry about people dying. I'm tired of Hamas and Iran blowing up Israel. Israel knew they were going to get attacked. Egypt told them 3 days before they were attacked that they were going to get attacked. I mean, it is what it is. Let the Jews destroy Hamas.
But if they knew why would they let the people do the part?
It's funny. The UN said, Israel, don't use women and children as shields. It's not cool. Don't use women as shields, the UN. What did Israel do? They killed 6 UN officials.
What?
You hear about
talking
that? Did you hear about that? Israel,
No, it didn't
the
happen.
other day,
Shouldn't be laughing.
killed 6 UN officials. So while you sit here and worry about religion and worry about what side you're on and worry about God and worry about this God and worry about that God, they have us surrounded.
But wait,
right?
wait, hold on. Exhibit. You said while you're worrying about religion, what is the reason that they're fighting over there? Is there maybe one specific thing that maybe separates these two groups that if they just didn't exist?
Well, just one sec.
Happening?
So I'm reading an article here. It says 11 UN staff and personnel, as well as 30 students at UN schools, have been killed in the Gaza Strip by Hamas.
So they're saying so Hamas is killing UN officials.
Yes.
So why did the UN come out and tell Israel they can't evacuate 24 hours?
Because they've closed the borders, and so if you close the borders and say evacuate, that makes things complicated. That doesn't mean that Hamas isn't terrorists and terrible people, and this isn't Israel's 9/11. It's multiple things that we have to hold in our head, because this is once again religion where everyone loses.
Well, we got the United States proven to fund both sides of this war. And I don't know if that rhetoric.
Wait, where does the United States fund Hamas? I missed this part.
Well, actually, in 2014, Obama sent them over $40 million. Hamas. Oh yeah, we just sent them $6 billion. Oh wait. We froze it. We froze it. Right.
No one sent money to Hamas. We send money to both Palestine and Israel to support the people. We don't send it to Hamas. What are you talking about? No,
we didn't send money to Iran. I thought Iran supports Hamas.
What are you talking about?
We didn't get $6 billion to
Iran. Unless you're talking about the fight that we've had for 20 or whatever plus years about their frozen
you mean
money.
The United States creating the state of Israel and then putting Israel in there and giving Israel fucking
That actually
money.
was a completely different
All right.
subject.
So one
but
sec. I
sure.
just went
No,
to.
it isn't.
Hold up.
I'm
Hold up.
saying
Hold
the
up.
United
Stop.
States
Stop.
is funding
Stop.
both
Stop.
sides of the
Stop.
war.
Stop. Stop.
They gave
Stop.
$6
Stop.
billion to Iran.
Stop. You're sort of muted for a second. So Biden's $6 billion burden, the State Department insists that none of the $6 billion recently released to Iran by the U.S. in a prisoner exchange was used to fund the Hamas attack in Israel.
Okay, now that you unmuted me, so you can believe that story.
Well, there's two
Well, a
things.
week
Two
ago
things.
they
One
said
sec.
they sent it to them.
There, we didn't.
No, there
spend, we
ain't
did
one
not
spec.
spend
You believe
anything
these
to them.
hyperboles.
Stop talking.
You
Stop
believe
talking.
these hyperboles.
Stop talking.
They come.
We didn't send them anything. The $6 billion was frozen of their money that we stopped them from having, and we just released it back to them in exchange for prisoners. And will their government possibly use that to fund terrorism? They possibly will, but we didn't give them the money. We didn't like give them $6 billion American dollars. We unfroze some of their assets that we froze.
Oh, I'm sorry. We were a dictator.
Yeah.
And told Iran in the 50s, when they actually had a good leader, we overthrew them. The CIA overthrew the leaders in Iran in 53.
Yes, that was bad.
Okay.
Okay, what's the point?
So yes, we took their money. And then we put the leaders that we wanted in Iran. Fast forward to 2023.
What is the point?
What is the point?
Yes.
We funded the war. What is the point? We created the state of Israel.
Oh no, the people.
What is the
we
point?
pay.
We gave $8 billion to
That's
Israel
a
this
stupid
week.
argument. So
just mute
stop.
me.
Stop. Yes.
Just mute
Yes.
me over talking.
Okay, that sounds like a great idea. So like the biggest funding of terrorism is the fact that we pay Saudi Arabia billions of dollars for their oil every year. That's the biggest funding of terrorism. But that doesn't mean we're funding terrorism by buying oil. The fact that we use the money to do things which are perfectly legitimate, and then those people who we spend the money on misuse the money to fund terrorism is a separate. It's capitalism, pretty much. But so we're not funding terrorism by using the money legitimately to buy oil, even though Saudis clearly support terrorist organizations. So you're confusing the fact that we spend money on things, and the people who are bad in the Middle East, pretty much every Middle East country supports some kind of terrorist, will use it to support terrorism. Like, that's not the same as saying America supports terrorism or Hamas.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't consider the CIA a
Are
terrorist.
you sorry?
Excuse me. I don't consider the CIA a terrorist organization.
Well, that's a legitimate argument. I can grant that, but so what?
Jesus Christ. I mean, let's sit back and think. Like, you got to think. I'm thinking outside the box. I'm not sitting here worrying about religion or politics. I'm worrying about people. And I see the United States in the 50s destroy Iran. I see in the 80s and 90s them go after Saddam Hussein, who everybody in that area hated Saddam. But who took out Saddam? The United States. So all these the dots are connecting
bad
one.
thing.
I'm saying that the United States is just as much terrorist than any other fucking country.
Well, killing a mass murdering dictator is not a terrorist action. That's a good thing. We should definitely get rid of mass murdering dictators. It's a good idea.
Boy, if you think giving money to one side of the war, like we did Israel, didn't cause this war that we're having now, you probably are pretty stupid.
So you were just talking about the war in Iraq. We went into the war in Iraq to remove a dictator who was a mass murderer. That isn't a terrorist organization. That is not a terrorist action. That is completely legitimate to remove a mass murdering dictator. Secondly, funding Israel is perfectly rational.
It is not our job to worry about another country. Sorry.
Yes, it is. You were just saying.
No, it's not.
You were literally.
You are not a dictator.
You were literally just saying that you don't care about politics. You don't care about religion. You care about people. But now, as long as it's people in a different country, it's not our job to worry about those people in a different country. No, that's stupid. Like, clearly, it is a good thing that some countries help other countries who are suffering. Funding Israel, who is attacked by rockets, thousands of rockets a year, is perfectly rational, especially since we put them there, or the British put them there. It is perfectly rational that we should support them. Also, they're like the least terroristic nation of all of the big powers. Like if we were in Israel's place and Hamas was launching rockets into us, there would be no Palestine in like 3 days. If Russia was in Israel's place and Hamas was launching rockets into them, there would be no Palestine. 3 days, it'd be wiped out. If China was where Israel is, there would be no Palestine. Israel is like the most pacifistic of all of the military states. Complaining about Israel is a non-issue. You've been complaining about China or Russia, who just take over territories like when China took over, I forget what it was, all the different territories, and then subjugated the Muslim population there. Like that's like real terrorism. They're actually doing terrorism, and you're complaining about Israel. Why? What is the point?
No, I appreciate how you can interrupt me and tell me to stop and then give a long, stupid ass monologue.
Well,
Okay?
what is wrong with
That's
my
great.
monologue? What was the error there?
Well, there's nothing wrong with your monologue, but you have something wrong with my monologue because you keep interrupting me and keep muting me and tell me I'm wrong and I'm this and I'm that.
Yes, so there is
So there's
something
no
wrong
open
with it.
dialogue.
It's not. This isn't
No,
an open
there's
dialogue.
nothing wrong with my thinking. I'm tired of giving my taxpayer dollars over to Israel. I'm tired of it.
Well, I'm tired of giving my
I'm tired
taxpayer
of giving-
dollars to stop signs. I want all of my tax
I'm
money to go
tired
to
of
me.
56 billion. How much money did we give Ukraine? $100 billion? Where's that now? Where's
Wait,
Ukraine?
I thought we were giving all the money to Israel. Now we have more money for Ukraine. This is fantastic. We're discovering money. But the point is that Israel is an ally, and
Israel's not my ally.
well,
sorry.
it's
What have
the
they done for me
country's
to spit on
ally
me when I go over there?
because that's what allies are.
What
and
have
then
they done to
can-
me as a
And
Christian
then
besides
we
spit on
also
me when I
want to
go over there?
protect the people of Palestine, and so we have to
Ma'am?
keep both of these two things in our head as we kick Hamas's ass. Yeah.
Ma'am, what has the Jews done other than spit on me because I'm a Christian?
They provide us
Spit
with
on-
lots of technological means. They provide us with lots of weaponry. They do lots of design for us. The Jews are actually have the highest amount of Nobel Prizes of any demographic relative to population. Jews have done more for us than literally anybody else. Jews are the top of the banking
And
industry.
then they spit on me when I come over there?
I don't care.
They literally spit on you? Someone spit
I
on
would
you?
spit on you too. I think that's a
So
great
when
idea.
I walk through Israel and they see a white Christian, they spit on me because I'm not
care.
Jewish Orthodox?
Not
How
every
many
Jew
times
has
have
to
you
like
been
you.
to Israel?
I mean, I find that pretty disrespectful if they're man of God, that they would even spit on somebody.
Do you think the
What
government?
kind of
Do you
human
think?
despicable?
Stop. Do you
Like Hamas,
stop,
doing what Hamas is
stop,
doing now? That's fucking crazy.
Do you think that the U.S. government is sending money to that guy that spit on you? Is that how you think this works? When the government sends $100 billion to Israel, do you think they're like, we're going to give this money out to the people on the street who are spitting on you? That is the goal. That is what this money is for, to go to the people who are spitting on you on the streets, who live in a little shack. That's what we're spending this money on. No, there's other stuff like a government, like technology, like companies that are run by Jews and Israel. And those are the things we're supporting with that money. And so complaining that people on the streets don't respect you, therefore we shouldn't send money to them, is like going to Washington, D.C. and having a homeless guy yell at you and then blaming the government because there was a homeless guy and saying they're equivalent. And so you shouldn't support the White House because there's a homeless guy outside who yelled at you. And well, they're all just from Washington. Therefore, all Washington people hate you and we shouldn't give money to Washington. That's a stupid argument.
I know, it's like block missiles because a prostitute somewhere on the side of the street spit on me. This is good, great logic.
It's phenomenal logic.
Okay. So are you telling me that the debt in the United States is not real then with the logic you just presented?
How I don't follow how the logic I presented implies that the debt is not real.
Well, because we're sending money over there.
Yes, we are sending
Even though
money
our
to lots of
country-
places. We send money
Hey,
to.
you're still interrupting me, dude. Are you Biden lover?
I'm
Like, goddamn, dude. Like, let people talk
I'm
and finish
trying
their
to
thought.
understand your
Or is
point.
that your purpose?
Like,
is that the purpose?
I don't understand your point. So yes, we send foreign aid. We send billions,
You
hundreds of
can't
billions.
understand my point if you can't think about it long enough to fucking listen before you talk.
That wasn't a coherent sentence. So like, what is your point?
Doesn't fucking matter. You understood it.
What is your
You knew
point?
what I meant.
What is your point?
I'm tired of giving money overseas when our country's falling.
Okay,
Groceries
so
are going up.
you can move to a
So
different
what?
country.
So listen. I'm tired of our country falling, yet we have all this money to give to other countries. Doesn't make sense to me.
I want to point out
Make it make
objectively,
sense.
we're in the best of all scenarios so far. Like history, you can look back of all the genocide, murder, rape, all the lack of medicine, technology, all those things. We now have access to them, but we still bitch.
Between Ohio and Mahi, there are 2,200 kids missing in just 1 year.
Okay, so if you don't
You think
like
I give
if
a
you don't
fuck
like the
about what's
fact that
going
we
on over in Israel?
if you don't like
Do you think I
oh
give
my God.
one fuck about
If you don't like the way America is running the country, you can leave. Go to a different country. You can feel free to get up and move. You can move to Canada or Mexico or Venezuela. Go pick whichever country you think is running it correctly. Or you can try to vote in someone in office who doesn't give foreign aid. It's not going to happen because everybody else here wants foreign aid. And so the fact that you're unhappy with it, we really don't care about. This is our country, not your country. And so we're going to continue supporting a country that gives the foreign aid because we Americans want to give foreign aid to people who are in need. And if you don't like that, you can get your ass up and move to a different country.
Oh man. There's lots of things we
my
need
guy,
improvement on.
you just let me know everything about you. You just let me know everything about
Go ahead,
you.
Amy, you can finish.
Well, there's lots of things that this country needs improvement on. The same can be said about every country. But just yelling like the sky is falling and just trying to say, I have connected the dots. They're all just working behind stage. No, they're just people. There's going to be people that have Muslim brothers and sisters. And so they're going to be saying, hey, please, we need to protect the people of Palestine. There are going to be brothers and sisters who are Jews, and they're going to say, hey, this is basically the 9/11 of our country. And so we have to come at it and see who's the actual asshole. In my opinion, from this, it's Hamas. We can separate it out, and we have to, politics is complicated. What can I say? But we don't need to pretend the sky is falling.
Well, if that was true, Israel, if they were true people, the Jews, they would let the Palestinians have half that land that is actually theirs.
They literally do.
They do, huh?
Look at a map of Palestine and
They
Israel.
do.
Like
They've been occupying Palestinian land over the next couple years.
you said
they just
half.
forced You still interrupting me.
Yes, that's because what you're saying is
I wish I
stupid.
could just leave you until
So, like, if you look at a map of Israel and Palestine, it's a big splotchy lakes looking thing. Palestine has a ton of land. If China or Russia or America was in Israel's position, Palestine would have zero land. There would be zero Palestine. Palestine wouldn't exist if any of the other world nations were in Israel's place. So Israel is allowing Palestine to have a ton of land all the time, which is not what anyone else would do. And so it doesn't make sense what you're saying.
Thank you, Daddy, for unmuting me.
You're welcome.
I'm tired of spending money to other countries
You already said that.
that just kill people. And answer this, and then I'm leaving because I know how this Discord works anyways.
Sure.
Antarctica, right? Antarctica has over 200 plus countries signed a peace treaty.
Is he going flat Earth?
No.
Okay, good.
So it's funny that Israel and Iran can support each other in Antarctica to prevent us to go to Antarctica, but they're fighting each other on their homeland. And I'll let that sink in, because if you're going to try to say I'm saying this and I'm saying that, I am very fucking confused why countries can work together to keep people like me from going there. But then those same countries, listen, those same countries are fighting each other on their homeland.
It's because nobody cares about
Antarctica.
Antarctica.
We can figure something out here, guys, and worry about fucking Israel.
Okay, so the answer is you can go to Antarctica. You can literally buy a ticket to go to Antarctica today. Google ticket to Antarctica. Nobody's stopping you from going there. Secondly, the reason a country signed a peace treaty there is because no one cares about it. They only want it for oil. No one wants to visit there. It's not land that people want. And the fact that they fight over other things other than Antarctica it makes perfect sense. Lots of countries fight over things that are nearby them and don't really care what happens on the other side of the planet. So it makes perfect sense that they're going to all agree that Antarctica, a giant sheet of ice with some oil under it, they should have some restrictions there for particular reasons. But then they'd still fight over their borders. Like India and China are fighting over their borders, but they agree on Antarctica because it's a big sheet of ice. So that makes perfect sense that there would be a coalition of countries that would agree on one thing that's very far away and doesn't really have any use, but they would disagree on things that are right next door to them and have very much use and they very much agree upon. So your basic logic here is completely flawed in the fact that you think they can agree on one thing far away, but disagree on the things that are close to them and matter. Like, duh, obviously, clearly not a problem.
Thanks, Daddy, for unmuting me.
You're welcome.
And so there's a just sheet of ice, right, in Antarctica. There's not a volcano there. There's not one of the biggest lakes there. No, it's not possible. Admiral Byrd recounted that there was massive land that was green beyond the ice walls. It was just massive.
Yes, I was going to say, is it a wall? Is it a wall?
And that's Admiral Byrd. That's not me. That's Admiral Byrd.
I love Admiral
You
Byrd.
know,
He's my
that's not
favorite
me.
admiral.
You know, so yeah, I find it funny that it's a sheet of ice that we can protect, but we can't protect our homeland. So
there's no
y'all
we're
have a
not
good one.
protecting it. It's an empty sheet of ice. You can go there. You can go buy a ticket to Antarctica. You can go there. Where no one's protecting it. No one wants to visit Antarctica. That's why no one goes there. It's not because the governments have some big conspiracy to stop anybody. It's because it's a sheet of ice and nobody wants to go there. You can buy a ticket.
We have also hired our expert, Jon Snow, on the case. So he is going to protect that ice wall.
Yep. Protect us from the big grassy fields that are on the other side of the ice wall made by Jesus, Sky Daddy Jesus.
It all is coming together.
Anybody else? What is up, Moxie?
Oh.
Okay. Did you want to say something, Penguins?
Yeah, there was just like a little mistake you made with the person 2 times ago. Brute fact is, I think you said it's something with no, like, cause or something.
Yep.
That's not quite right. A brute fact is just something without an explanation.
Yeah.
I
So
don't think
that
you're
would be the
necessarily
same.
gonna
That would be the same
disagree.
thing. I'm not sure what you think. There's a mistake there. So if there is a pineapple that exists and
What?
it has no explanation, then it was uncaused. Brute facts don't mean just we don't know what the explanation is. Brute fact means it literally
No,
has
it's not
no
about an
explanation.
epistemic point. No, it's not an epistemic point.
What?
The point is that a brute fact is just something without an explanation.
No.
Not something without a cause.
No, the cause would be an explanation. So if anything has a cause, it has an explanation.
No, I agree that the cause might be an
So
explanation.
ipso facto,
But
if it
the
doesn't
point
have
is
an
that,
explanation, then it also doesn't have a cause.
yeah, that's fine, but something can have an explanation without having a cause.
What?
Something can explain something.
Like a
You
necessary
might
being
think
or
that
something, that's
something
fine, but that doesn't matter.
explains something. Look, this is just a trivial point. This is not like a big point. The point is that the definition of a brute fact is something without an explanation, not something without a cause. It's
Yes,
just like a little error. It doesn't
there's
really
no
matter.
error there. So any cause is an
What?
explanation. So like all roses are flowers. All causes are explanations. And so if something doesn't have an explanation, it doesn't have a cause. Like if someone doesn't have a flower, they don't have a rose. Basic logic.
So I'm happy for the sake of argument to grant that all causes are explanations. but I'm not happy to grant that all explanations are causes. Like you might think that,
Why I
the
don't
sort
I
of
don't care. That part's irrelevant to the conversation.
collection of
That was
wood
irrelevant to the
in
conversation. So that conversation was specifically about can
just look
things
up
no, stop
what a
talking. Stop
brute
talking.
fact
Stop
is.
talking. The conversation we were having was about objects existing, objects being able to exist. I think it was like, can the universe exist without a cause or something? And so me saying that brute facts, some of which can be ontological, any ontological thing existing as a brute fact, having no cause or having no explanation would mean it has no cause. It would be synonymous. So the fact that brute facts can also be applied to epistemic questions, which were outside of the bounds of the conversation, is an irrelevancy, and you're wasting time.
Look, it's just a simple point. If you just look at like the definition of brute facts as according to a common this is
You
just from
being an
Stanford
idiot and
Encyclopedia.
not understanding the context
According
of the
to a
conversation is irrelevant. Yes, can brute facts apply to other
I'm
things
just saying
outside of
that
the
you
scope
make
of the conversation? Yes. Does that matter to the conversation? No. Did I appropriately use the
look,
term brute
I'm
fact in
just
reference to the conversation? Yes. There was no mistake there. You were just confusing the fact that the word can be applied to other conversations that we weren't having, which doesn't matter to the conversation we were having.
it's just that generally when we talk about sort of first causes and stuff, that's a philosophical sort of understanding. And the philosophical definition of a brute fact is a fact
I
that's
already covered this. I
unexplained,
already
not which
wait, say that again. Say that last part again.
a brute fact. I'm just reading from the Stanford Encyclopedia. According to a common definition, a brute fact is a fact that is unexplained, i.e., a fact of which there is no explanation. On the question of how to
So
characterize brute facts and a
that's a
number of other
common. The
issues
common
discussed.
definition is not the academic definition. The academic definition is it has no explanation.
This is an academic. Fine, I'll
No,
look up
it
another
literally
one.
just said
Fine.
a common definition, common usage
And I'll
definition.
look fine. Okay.
In contemporary
Brute
philosophy,
facts,
a brute
Oxford
fact is a
Universal
fact that cannot be
Press.
explained in
Brute
terms of a
facts are
deeper, more
facts that
fundamental
don't have
fact.
explanations. Brute facts are facts that don't have explanations.
Correct, which includes causes.
Not facts that don't have causes.
Those are the same
Look, this
thing.
is just like a simple mistake.
You're an idiot. You're a dumbass. In contemporary philosophy, a brute fact is a fact that cannot be explained in terms of a deeper, more fundamental fact. Idiot. Ludwig Feuerbach, Understanding Brute Facts, Synthes 145. Go away. There are two main ways to explain something. Say what brought it about, or describe it in a more fundamental level. What brought it about is the cause, which means if it has no brute fact, if it's a brute fact, it has no cause. Idiot. Go ahead, Moxie.
Hello. I just want to know if you have a stance on personal identity. I guess. Do you have a stance on that?
For regarding what? Like I have personal identity.
Personal identity. Yeah.
Personal identity gap.
No. Just like I just want to know if you have a stance on it.
On what?
You're like
I have personal identity. Yes.
What makes you? I guess.
What makes me me? My direct experience.
Your direct experience.
Yeah, qualia.
Like I'm confused.
Qualia.
Your qualia. What's the difference between my qualia versus your qualia? I guess.
Well, presumably you're looking at a different computer screen than mine.
Sorry, what is it about that experience looking at the computer screen? Like if I were to take someone else who was looking at the computer screen, would that still be you, I guess?
So like if there's two people looking at the same computer screen, presumably there's different qualitative data between different sources. And the source location of the data.
I'm lost.
Well, that's not very hard. If there's two different conscious experiences looking at the same thing, they are separated by something, usually time or space or information processing.
Here. So, if you were to look at I'm trying to think. Here. So, all the thing that makes you is just simply the time and place, right? So do you think you become like a different person whenever you like move around?
Sort of. So like when brain cells die and repeat, you become a different person, sort of, but it's irrelevant.
I agree. Well, I don't think it's irrelevant. I think it's going to be necessary for the view. If you think, well, I don't know, depending what seems right now, like you think like direct experiences, I think that makes it you. But here, I guess my issue with it is simply I don't know why just have like a parsimonious view and just say, well, there's no such thing as a self. Just seems
There
to
is a
be
self.
weird.
There's definitively a self.
There's clearly not the self, right?
There's definitively a self. Myself is having a direct experience right now.
I don't. Sorry. So you can have the intuition of there being a self.
There's no intuition. There's literally an experience that is occurring. That is an object that exists, and that is the self.
Again, like I don't think the experience. Yeah, I don't think the experience just like it's something unique or something. Like someone, like, presumably, someone can have like the same experience, right? Just, they would have.
It doesn't matter if there's another thing having the same experience somewhere else. That would just be a different.
Yeah,
self.
it does matter.
It does not.
Right?
It does not.
Wait, sorry. So here, I'm trying to find like okay. So here. What makes you you is your direct experiences. Is that it? Is that all?
Yes. So I have a direct experience.
Okay. So if there's an experience, right, that makes you you, I don't know why time would be relevant if someone is also having the exact same experience. Presumably, it followed that like
this is not hard. This is not hard. Stop with your baby brain. Stop the baby brain.
That's why no
stop the baby brain. So this is very simple. Law of identity, law of indiscernibles. I am having an experience, and the factors of having this experience may entail lots of different things like time and space, and the cause, maybe a brain. I don't really care. But each experience is its own subjective self. And so if there's two experiences that are experiencing the exact same thing, they would still be different as long as they had some law of indiscernibles difference via time, via space, via location. I don't know. I don't care. But the only thing that's required for a self is a direct experience. Now, there may be other factors that must be different for different selves because they must have at least one difference for them to be different. But as long as it has the minimum requirement of it having an experience, it is a self. So that is the sufficient condition for a self is an experience. The necessary condition for a self is probably going to entail like location, time, and space, and a source of a brain or something. I don't care about any of that garbage. The minimum condition, the sufficient condition for a self is a direct experience. That's it. So that's all that's required.
I appreciate not you to like muting me for that. But like I'm asking you so simply, like it's not even like I'm trying to debate, bro. Like I'm just asking you like genuinely, like, okay, well, here. So if the minimal requirement is simply just having an experience, presumably there's something about that experience that seems to be like unique, this sort of like thisness, then the other like experiences that make someone else them. I'm just trying to understand. Okay, what is it about this experience that makes it you that another experience wouldn't make them that?
Right, that part could be that's the necessary condition part that I answered before. It could be any number of infinitely many things, and I don't care. So like it could be space and time. It could be
it's irrelevant if you care, right?
So if it's the case that like there could be many different ontological factors that differentiate one self from a different self. One possible thing is space. So my location is different than that consciousness experience's location. So I have myself and they have their self. Problem solved. There could be
self.
Wait,
the location of the brain.
Stop. Well, the location of the conscious experience. So the brain, if the brain is the cause of the conscious experience, and they have a brain with a conscious experience, and I have a brain with conscious experience, and they're somehow not linked directly, then yes, those would be two independent selves.
Here, then I'll just ask you. Okay, so what is it about the brain, right? Presumably, like we can.
We're assuming the brain creates the conscious experience for the sake of the argument.
Yeah, I know. I'm not gonna like fight you on it. I'm just saying. Okay, well, then, yeah, then you would agree that I guess you'd say there isn't a persistent self, right?
I wouldn't care because that's independent of the argument. You asked what's the minimum requirement for the difference of a self. We can just assume there's one point in time.
I asked you like what makes you you.
Yes.
And I think it's gonna be like relevant. Yeah, of course it's gonna be relevant. Asking you like if there's gonna be like
nope, I don't need that. If I'm asking what makes me me,
wait, I don't care. Wait, I didn't ask you need it. Just ask you like a question.
Stop talking. Right? So if I'm answering the question, what makes me me, and is differentiatable from some other self, I can take a single point in time without any kind of transitions between time and eliminate all that garbage from the question. Say what makes me me is that I'm located in this position at this time, and I have this experience. And there's another self that's located in a different position that is not directly connected. It's not at the same conscious experience as mine. Therefore, there are two different selves. Your question has been answered. There is a self. Your entire worldview has been debunked. And I don't need to worry about transitions in time yet. That's a different question. That's irrelevant. I can say there's a self. Say yes, there is a personal identity, and I don't need to go into transitions in the time yet.
Moxie, can I ask where you think the self comes from?
Oh, I
the
don't think
self
I don't
illusion?
think there's a self. I think people have intuition of it, and it's going to be like produced because it's like evolutionary, like needed. Like I think we have like this sort of like, oh, it's me, solely because it's like more better to protect your DNA than just like not having to sort of like I or something. So I think it's just more parsimonious, just not have like the unerotic, like no self theory.
Are there different
Um,
qualia experiences? Do different
I
individuals have different qualia?
I hold qualia. I hold qualia. I don't think qualia is necessary for like self. I don't think it's necessary for that.
I
Like
don't care
that's
about the
what
necessary.
if you
So
want to
if
call
we're
self qualia, right?
yeah,
Wait, please don't
go
interrupt
ahead.
me, sir.
I
Please.
can interrupt you as much as I want. Go
So
ahead.
thank you. Wait, I can? Okay, thank
No,
you.
I
So
can.
in regards to in regards to like in regards to the qualia, I guess I'm not sure why it would be needed for the self to,
Well, it's not
I
needed.
don't know,
Forget the
exist.
needed
It
part. Why
seems
is
like
it? My question is, why is that not a
it seems like
sufficient
you're just
difference? Why is that not a sufficient
sir,
criteria to use to define the
sir,
self?
sir. Like it's like it's like asking, okay, well, I hold the view that God is just like energy and vibes
What?
or something. Therefore, God exists or something. Because like,
What?
there's like such thing as vibes and like energy or something. It seems like that's what you're doing. Like I'm not sure why we think like take qualia just mean like the self.
Well, I don't care. I'm just using the terms in that way.
I agree. You don't care.
So
That's
okay,
what I'm saying.
muted. So my question is, why is that not a sufficient definition for differentiating the personal identity and a self? Different qualias, different selves. Why is that not a sufficient definition?
Because I haven't been demonstrated that such.
What definitions don't need to be demonstrated. Why do I not need to?
Sorry. It's either like you're just like either like a mistaken or it's just like you're not even capturing like what people think the self would like
Wait.
possibly mean.
My
Or something.
question is why is that not a sufficient definition? I don't care about what other people.
I already gave you the question.
What?
Wait, I already gave you the response.
Well, what is the response there? Because you didn't give anything coherent.
Sorry, did you not forget? Okay, the thing I said was it's either you're mistaken, right?
How is that
Or
mistaken?
it's either you're mistaken or you're just not even
How is that
capturing like what
mistaken?
like people thinking like the self
It
is.
doesn't matter what people think the self is.
Yeah, like you're like either conceptually like mistaken like what the self is.
How?
It's fine if you are.
How is that?
How? Yeah, we've demonstrated.
You don't need to demonstrate things for definition, so that's just you're being a dumbass.
Dog. It's fine. It's fine. Like you said like, okay, why is it the case? I told you, well, because of this, and you're like, okay, how?
What?
And I told you, well, I already asked that like a couple of minutes ago.
Absolutely
I said,
nothing you
like,
said
the
is
self
coherent there. So
and
okay, I'm going to mute you again. I'll ask this very clearly. Why is it not a sufficient definition for the self to say each qualia experience is a self? Why is that insufficient?
sorry, sir. Do you want okay, everyone in the audience? Yay if I did answer the question, or nay if I didn't answer the question. Because I think I'm pretty clear I answered the question.
I don't think you know
right?
how Discord stages work.
Sorry. Yeah, you look at that. Saturn, why is
We go
wrong? Okay,
woohoo
people
for
agree.
what
Okay. So,
but can I? No, go, Chicho.
never mind. You can go, Amy. I'm done with this. I debunked him already, so you can go ahead.
Debunk. You're just like ask questions. Fine.
Consciousness seems to be an emergent property. It's taking in all of our senses. We
I
are
agree.
tying it together into something that we all colloquially call a self, as in we are these meat bags when we're in line and someone says, hey, it's your turn, to go up and buy ice cream. We know who they're referring to as the self.
I agree. People can have the intuition like wow, Amy is going to the store, and then like Amy responds, oh, don't think I do. I don't think I went to the store today or something. Like I understand that like people can have like some awareness of what the like self is, but the sort of like awareness of something is just gonna be something like is gonna be produced by evolution. I'm not sure why I should care about it. There's something like there's no truth about the matter of itself. It's just something like we just have for the sake of just survival, I guess.
Well, if you're saying it's not just one thing, I could be on board with that. But I would say that the self is a combination of the emergence of all the other senses as well as the outputs that we give back, because if something's coming flying at our face, we try and dodge.
Try and dodge. Well, for that, I'm not sure. Then you're like discussing this. You're just like it seems like you're protecting this sort of like body or something. And that point, like if you think the self is just a body or something, I'm just gonna ask you. Well, the body like cells over like 7 years replace each other. Are you like the same person from like when you're like a child versus like today or something? Clearly not, right? So it seems kind of like silly to say. Like I agree that there's like there's like a multitude of selves. There's like I think a video I saw about how someone did an experiment like cutting people's like brain in half or something,
Corpus
and then
callosum.
there's like
Sure.
what's up?
There's corpus callosum. They're cutting the corpus callosum. That's the experiment you're talking about.
Yeah. Wait, did you saw the video?
I'm very well educated in this field.
Me too. It's fine. In regards to it seems like they found like there's like multiple selves that are trying to overtake or have like a control of it. And I think that's most likely true. My question is like seems a little bit odd to just have like there's like multitude of selves and just have like a more simpler thing, simpler view. Just say, well, selves just not going to be like a real thing. It's a useful fiction used to just I don't know engage with like ethics and daily conversations, and that's about it. There's nothing like a truth about the matter.
Sure, but just saying that if we were to separate the two hemispheres and they seem to be having different experiences on both sides of their body, I don't think that negates the self. I think what that says is that we can tinker with the emergence and then create completely different experiences.
I agree there could be like different experiences. I think the thing that was frustrating about like the conversation with T-Jump was I'm not sure. Like I think it makes sense to say, well, there's something unique about my experience that's like private and not like there's no access towards anyone else except like I guess me. It makes sense, I guess. I'm just curious. Like I don't know if that's the self that people are referring to. Because I don't think quality is needed for the self. Like it could be the case, just you can have like a different view saying, well, yeah, there is something unique about this experience. It's just not needing to posit that there's this thing that has to be called the self. Simply just, yeah, there's some unique experience, and that's about it. Not sure why we'd say that this is the self.
That's just how we use the words. Like, what is your problem with that?
Because well, for one, it's a useful fiction. I could care less. Like
that can't be a useful fiction. So if we have independent experiences that are unique to us, and we call that the self, like a title, that wouldn't be a fiction.
No, well, no. I agree that you can call something the self. I'm saying when we do that, it seems like at that point we're not trying to do like anything at the matter, and we're just like I guess finding the best solution possible that like doesn't like require any like minimal like I guess like trying to figure out like what is it that like the self is like unique about, like what is it that like why we have this this unique thing, thisness or something versus like someone else who has a completely other thing that makes them unique. And just like we're just like lazy at that point. Just say, well, we just call this the self, and that's it. Like we can call it, we like move on or something.
Yes, that's because the question's been answered. So if we want to know what is a self, it's an independent quality experience, and then you can have a further question as well. What makes these independent quality experiences? That could be answered in many ways that we just don't care about. We've answered what the self is. So is it the fact that they're spatially located or spatially isolated? That could be it. Maybe they're spiritually isolated. That could be it. Maybe they're independent
No,
souls.
no.
That could be it. I don't care.
No, no, no.
All of those answer the question. All you need is here is the sufficient criteria to establish a self, which is an independent quality experience that is isolated from the rest. Problem solved.
Here. It's like fine if you give it an answer or response or something. My question is mostly like, okay, well, is there some actual like legit like certain like an answer that we feel confident that raises our credence that like, yeah, this is like most likely the case, rather than it being like a useful fiction. I don't think just like pointing towards like, there's
What do you mean by most likely the case? What is most likely the case?
It's most likely. It's like most likely true. Like,
Well, what is the statement that is
have,
most
like, a
likely
high
true?
probability.
What is the statement that you're referring to?
Qualia, qualia exist. Not qualia exists. I mean, that stuff exists. My bad.
If those are synonymous, they would be equally as probable. What's
I don't. Well, yeah, we have to check your priors because I'm not sure if that's true.
what? If I'm using the self to refer to qualia, then necessarily it would be true. What is the problem?
No, well, I'm saying like broad. Like I'm not saying about you. I'm saying like broadly within like philosophy, within the branch of like the study, like just like.
Well, in
ontology, I
philosophy,
guess.
there's a
Like, I'm not
variety
sure
of
if that's
usages for the self, referring to like past experience, individual desires, brain states. There's a whole bunch of different definitions of the self. There isn't an agreed upon definition of the self. It's some conglomeration of a whole bunch of different things. But the minimum criterion that every single one of them agrees upon is your quality experience. That's the minimum criterion.
That's not
It
true.
is.
Wait, do you have like a paper on it? I'm just curious.
Do I have to-
Because
Yes.
if there is a paper on it, then yeah, I'll consider, yes. But I'm not sure. Well, specifically on that point, but I'm not sure if that's the case.
But my question is just on
what's up?
what level? Do you mean philosophically? Do you mean from a physical level? Because if you're on getting a doctor's checkup and they say, who are you here for? Someone else or self? Clearly, I think we all know what we're going to check in the box. And so on some level, you have to believe a self, or are you just conforming to the standards of the box?
What?
Or is that...
I'm just saying. Well, that's why I said like originally. I think it's going to be like a useful fiction for like everyday conversations, like just saying I or yours or like your name or something, and people have like awareness, like, oh, this is supposed to be me or something. But there's nothing like anything deep about the matter. Just simply, we have some awareness of what this is, but there isn't like a real thing about it.
But it doesn't have to be deep. It's just an acknowledgement.
Well,
I'm over
deep in
here,
the sense
you're
of, like,
over there.
there's some like something about there's something about that exists or something. I think that's what it means by deep.
I guess I can understand if you're trying to come in. I know a lot of Eastern traditions try and come at it with you're trying to dissolve yourself, at least for a temporary time. But I think
Yeah,
that
what's up?
the self that we are talking about ultimately is a biological construct. There isn't anything that us standing between our eyes, that placement that we feel, that is a conjuring. However, the network of neurons that is going on within our brain to create that reaction, that is true and real.
I agree. Our experiences are real. I'm a realist about qualia. I don't think it's an illusion or something. But no, I guess it's just gonna be like unironic, like a semantic dispute versus like, well, this is what I think the self is, and teach him like, no, this is what I think the self is. It's like, well, I don't know, but no, I guess it's fine. I'll let everyone, I don't know, take my place or something. But I think the conversation was fun to jump in, maybe. But yeah, thank you. Have a good one, I guess.
Thanks.
Thank you, Moxie.
Is he server muted? He is server muted. Go ahead.
Okay, there we go. Hey, T-Jump, thanks for doing this. Love your videos. My question is, out of all of the scientific and I guess maybe even let's just stick with the scientific discoveries of like the recent modern era. which one of them holds statistical significance that you feel most uncomfortable with?
What?
What scientific discovery that
Oh,
holds
okay. Yeah.
statistical?
Randomness is a real force of nature. That one bothers me.
Why?
My brain prefers structure, and so the fact that there is an actual randomness bothers me greatly. I would like to be I like it to be an apparent randomness where it's just some unknown thing that we haven't discovered yet. That is much more emotionally I like it. And the fact that there is an actual randomness bothers me emotionally.
I mean, like, what do you mean there's an actual randomness? Because when I think of randomness, I think of like a random number generator or something like that. And most of the random number generators I know of aren't actually
Right.
random.
So when I mean random, I mean literally undetermined by any prior states of anything. So absolutely
Okay, so then what
100%.
processes are you?
What?
So then what processes are you familiar with that are truly random?
Quantum processes. So this was discovered in quantum mechanics. The consensus is randomness is an irreducible fundamental thing. It's not just apparent, it's not just undiscovered. That was one of the options. So this is a paper from a snapshot of foundational attitudes in quantum mechanics by Schlosshauser, and he asked questions on randomness. Is randomness only apparent? It was like, I don't know, 0%. I think 0%, 6% or something. And then is randomness fundamental and inherent in nature was like 60 something percent of physicists. The consensus is randomness itself is a real thing where there's really undetermined stuff that actually happens, and that bothers me.
Okay, that I can see like that is a little because like most of the things I see around me are not actually like completely random. Like there is like some predictability, but you're right that like the quantum processes are using but I thought that's like because of the framework of physics that we currently have, like in its limited capacity, we have to assume that it's random because it presents itself
That
that
was
way,
one of the
right?
questions, and so that was the is it only apparent question, and the answer was no. Like no one thinks that in physics.
That is unsettling. Like what are the implications of that, do you think?
Reality is weird.
All right. Well, that was my only question. I'm going to look into that now. Thanks.
Mhm. Yeah, I'm an agent of chaos, so I think
Do you
my
have any?
brain was like, yes.
Yep. You're like, yes, you're glad that there is randomness. Penguin, do you have any?
But I understand. Yeah, what's up, Penguin?
Do you have any non-pedantic questions? That'd be great.
Yeah, I had a question about your moral theory, but look, I just put like a bunch of
That sounds like a pedantic
screenshot.
question that I'm not interested in.
Well, I'm just saying I put a bunch of screenshots in Atheist Call-In. Oh, what? Where the fuck did it go?
I don't think we even have a chat, but I'm not going to look at them anyway.
Oh, we do. Well, I just put a bunch of chats that brute facts are explanations.
Yeah, that doesn't.
Things with no explanation, not things
You're
with no
not
cause.
understanding what I'm saying. Go talk to a professor. They will literally say, yes, I'm correct on this.
So you think a brute fact is something without a cause?
Yes. That's one of the entailments. Just like a rose is a
No,
flower.
I
A
understand that's an
cause is an
entailment.
explanation. Therefore,
That's not the
if something
definition.
that literally is irrelevant. So saying there is other things the word could be used for outside
What?
of the scope of the conversation just means you're a dumbass. You're being pedantic. I'm going to kick you. Drop it.
All right. Fine. I mean, I think you're wrong.
Drop
But maybe we'll
it,
talk
or I'm
about
going to
that
kick
some
you.
other time.
Last warning.
But there was also Sudden Love. I
Sorry.
know there were theists out there. Raise your hand at any time, and we'll bring you up as well.
So, am I correct in saying that you don't include oughts in your moral view?
Yes. Or
So,
just
I
only
guess
hypothetical, not categorical.
yeah. So I guess like what is morality to you?
Law
Like
of physics.
morality is and then What's the law of physics?
It's like an actual field.
A field.
Yeah. So in the
But
law
I'm
would then
saying,
describe
like,
how the field
okay,
works,
so
and the
there's the
field
law of
works
physics, but
is
what are you trying to describe with morality?
like I'm saying there's actually literally a physical field that exists, which is the moral field that affects our brains in such a way that produces moral intuitions and which then leads to moral progress.
Right, but I'm saying that, like, a moral realist might say, like, someone who believes that there's oughts, right, might say that morality is things that you ought to do, right? I'm asking, you don't accept that view of morality. So
Yes, because
what
that's
is
stupid. So I think morality, like everything, is a thing that exists. Like gravity is a thing that exists. And what is it caused by? It's caused by a field. And so morality is caused by a field. This is not hard. This is very easy to understand.
right? But there's a phenomenon that you're trying to explain
Yes.
with gravity, right?
Yes.
Like you see
Moral
things
intuition and moral
move towards
progress
each
is
other.
the
So
phenomenon.
what are you trying to? So you're trying to explain why people have
All morality,
moral
all
intuition.
conversations about morality refer to moral intuition and moral progress. Every field of morality, that's all we're talking about.
So morality is what?
Whatever is causing those things and the patterns in those things.
Okay. So I'll just write this down in Atheist Call and Show. So morality is whatever causes moral intuitions.
Yes, and moral progress. Yes.
Moral intuitions. So morality is whatever causes moral intuitions. You sure about
Yep.
that?
So
Seems like a
if
really weird
whatever is
way.
causing moral intuitions is like evolution, then morality is subjective. If what's causing our moral intuitions is a platonic object, then it's subjective, a platonic object. If our moral intuitions are caused by some kind of God morality, then yes, it's sort of objective by a subjective God guy. So whatever is causing our moral intuitions, our moral feelings, that is morality. Just like whatever is causing
Right.
the stuff we see is light. Yes.
But it seems like there's going to be like an potential infinite amount of things that cause our moral intuitions. Like, I'll give you an example.
Well, then those
So,
infinite number of things
for
would be
example,
morality.
okay, yeah. For example, like I'm a vegan, right? And part of the reason why I'm a vegan is because I grew up having cats. You know, I really like my cats. I had a
Yes.
at
So if
least one
all
cat
of
since I
the
was 5.
reasons are
So,
subjective reasons contingent on your society, then morality is subjective.
right, but I'm saying that my cats did cause at least some of my moral
Yes. So if the
intuitions.
cause is
Like, you
subjective
don't
societal
disagree with
things,
that,
it's
right?
subjective. I would say no, it's caused by the moral law of physics, and that supersedes everything else.
So, yeah, okay. Well, I guess I can put it into an argument then. So, premise 1, you said that morality is whatever causes moral intuitions. Premise 2, my cats cause my moral
Well, no, your
intuitions.
cats would not cause
Conclusion,
your
my
moral
cat's
intuitions.
morality.
No, that would be false. So your cats cause some kind of stimulus in your brain,
What?
and your brain would then cause your moral intuitions. So your cats didn't cause anything,
Oh, okay. So, my brain causes my moral
which was then
intuitions. Is that
caused
what you're
by
saying?
like evolution. And so you could say evolution caused your moral intuition, in which case morality would be subjective.
So, are you saying that my brain causes my moral intuitions?
In your argument, your brain, which is probably a product of evolution, given your argument, is what causes your moral intuitions derived by the cat.
Okay, but do you take causation to be transitive?
It's irrelevant. Pedantic irrelevancy, drop it.
Well, it's not
Pedantic
irrelevant
irrelevancy, drop it.
because
I'm not going to warn you again. Pedantic irrelevancy, drop
What?
it. So there are several courses, lines of reasoning you could do here. One is that
you can't just say that.
I'm going to say that every time because I'm tired of your pedantic nonsense. So I'm just going to cut you off whenever you're doing pedantic nonsense. And we're going to go back to the actual conversation. So there are several lines of reasoning you can take here. If you think the origin of moral intuitions in humans is an evolutionary byproduct that causes us to like cute, cuddly things like cats, then the origin of our moral intuitions would be evolution. That would be the cause of evolution or morality.
But you don't deny that, like, me having cats as a child influenced why I like animals now, right?
Yes, but I don't care about that.
Wait, you said morality is whatever causes my moral intuitions.
Yes,
My
cats
cats
did not cause your
in
moral
some
intuitions.
sense, cause my
No,
moral.
they did not in any sense cause your moral
What?
intuitions. What caused your moral intuitions was your brain, and your brain processes cats in such a way that it gives you moral intuitions. So what caused your moral intuitions in that case was 100% evolution, or your brain, not your cats.
Okay, so I'm just gonna write an argument.
Stop writing
My
arguments. It's a
brain
waste of time.
is moral. So premise 1 is morality is whatever causes moral intuitions.
Yep.
That's what you agreed at the start.
That is true.
Premise 2, my brain causes my moral intuitions. Conclusion, my brain is morality.
Sort of.
So
I would say
premise
your
do you
brain
deny?
was caused by evolution, and so evolution would be in that case. But yes.
So are you denying premise 2?
Sort of.
So you're denying that my brain causes my moral intuitions?
Well, your brain was caused by something else. And so the way your brain is does cause moral intuitions in the subjectivist view. But your brain was caused by evolution, so there would be a further cause.
So evolution is morality now?
In the view you're presenting, yes. So in my view, no. In my view,
I'm
it's the
asking
law of
about your
physics.
view.
In my view, evolution is irrelevant. Evolution follows.
I'm asking about your view.
In my view, it's a law of physics. I've already answered
But
that.
look, wait, just hold on a second. Just slow down. Look, I asked you, you agreed with premise 1, right? Premise 1 is just morality is whatever causes
next.
moral intuition.
Every rational brain has understood what I've said. It needs no further explanation. If you don't get it, you're dumbass. Next.
Not to mention it doesn't deal with theism. Just atheists may argue amongst themselves, or agnostics or skeptics on that. I'm going to keep on saying it. Theistic morality, not morality. Not good morality.
Yep. So just to clarify, my position is whatever is causing the phenomenon of morality, moral intuition, and moral progress is morality. If it's caused purely by evolution or purely by society, then it's subjective morality. If it's caused by a Platonic object, it's Platonic morality. If it's caused by a law of physics, then that's my morality. Very easy to understand. Very, very easy.
Be a Christian to talk on this?
Yep, go for it.
Or get on here? Well, I mean, I'm not a Christian. I'm an agnostic, but I think I disagree with your argument.
Okay. What do you disagree with?
So, just possibly, I don't know. I just say you're describing it morality as a law. How so?
Well, so my view is that morality is like gravity. There's another field we haven't discovered yet, which is the moral field, and it causes our moral intuitions and moral progress to go in a particular direction.
Then, in contradiction to this, but I'm assuming you've probably been told this hundreds of times. So, like, how would you explain it to something like the Taiping Rebellion? Like billion, like I think what, like 100 million were killed or something like that. A lot of them were innocents.
Same way we
more or less a genocide of Chinese against China.
Same way we look at anything. So the fact that there are shifts up and down, as long as the trend is going in the same direction, then that's evidence of your hypothesis. You don't need literally every single data point to go in the exact same direction. There can be ups and downs in a data point, like global warming. The temperature goes up, the temperature goes down. Does that mean there's no global warming? No, because the trend is all going in the same direction. So simply saying that, but there's snow, therefore there's no global warming is a stupid argument. Similarly to saying, but people murder people, therefore there's no objective morality.
It's not analogous to what I was saying.
It is. It's literally analogous. So my view.
Well, maybe the important part is how are you defining the word law?
So my view is that there is moral progress, meaning that all of society is becoming more moral over time. Just like temperature, global warming, things are getting hotter over time. And so if I wanted to say, well, maybe what would be a counter argument to say that, well, winter, it snows to the global warming argument? Well, no, because the point is that the trend is getting warming. The fact that during some seasons there is a down going, the temperature goes down. It's not a counter argument to the overall temperature going up for the globe. And similarly, if moral progress is getting better for everyone. The fact that there are certain times where it goes down in certain locations, would that be a counter argument to the position that all morality of all humans or all conscious agents is increasing over time? Well, no, it would be equally as stupid.
Okay. So I think, again, like I said, the fundamental like misunderstanding here is possibly how you're defining law, and I think the way you're defining law is like in a physics term, and I think that's completely inappropriate. Whereas you could say that the majority of society is moving in a more progressive direction, I think that is just a byproduct of the fact that there are situational aspects of living in a more progressive society that make people more happy and make like society proliferate easier. Whereas in non-moral societies and non-progressive societies, it just seems to be the case that they just go through trends, which, like you say, are well, I mean, that's actually a trend of immorality. Wouldn't it be like you say a trend
Nope,
of morality?
that's wrong.
So
So actually,
fun.
even
Wait,
in the worst.
okay, well,
wait,
can I please finish my
no.
point, please? You keep
Nope, bye-bye.
interrupting.
So, in all societies, everywhere in the world, the trend is doing the same, regardless of whether they're progressive or not. So it doesn't make a difference. In every society, as technology and intellectual knowledge grow, you get moral progress. You can disagree, and you can think that morality is a product of evolution in society, and that's fine. That's called subjective morality. You can take that position. But my position, since we're simply just defining my position, is that morality and moral progress are actually caused by a fundamental thing in nature, like gravity. It's a field or something that we haven't discovered yet. It's a hypothesis. I think it's better than the dumb one that you have, but that's just my definition.
But you can also
Do you have
see.
wait, one second? Am I going to be allowed to speak at all?
If,
Like, or
if
am I
I
just get
deem
muted
it,
every time
if
I
I
go?
deem it, you will be allowed to speak, and if I do not,
Okay,
deem it,
I
will
understand.
mute
You're
you.
very egotistical.
Sure, I'm happy with that.
What were you going to say? So I hope you do realize that you're making the exact argument that a religious person would make.
Sort of.
Not just sort of. You are making the exact argument they make. I
no.
believe that there is something that defines morality that is outside of our current understanding. That is what a religious person.
No, so I start with the phenomenon, moral intuition and moral progress, and I see a pattern in this phenomenon. I then infer, if the pattern continues, what would the end point look like, and then hypothesize what the cause of that might be. So mine isn't like a religious claim where it's like I have feelings and God. Mine is looking at the data, making an inference of where it would lead to, and then making a hypothesis based off of that data.
The majority of the world is still in turmoil. You understand that, right? So, like,
What?
your data would be very subjective to only the most prosperous of nations.
No, it's all time throughout all humanity till this point.
Well,
in
and
every
this is
culture.
the point I wanted to bring is that we are actually living in objectively the best possible time
Sure, yeah,
throughout history. And so, although there is terrible, horrible things, there have been terrible, horrible things throughout history, and we're actually getting, it appears, more moral. We are.
Yeah, sure. And like I said, I didn't deny the trend of people becoming more more progressive. But my reasoning for that is because there's just incentive in being more moral and more progressive. It's not that there is some physical force there. I mean, you could say there is a physical force there. I guess you'd say like the dopamine responses that you get from partaking in certain societal creations are higher than others, but it would not be some like law.
Right. So
that
we
is,
disagree, but who cares? I
constrained
don't
to the
care
universe.
about your opinion.
Well, no, it's not about disagreeing. No, I know you don't give a shit about my opinion. You made it very clear by being super
Correct.
egotistical and like
Correct.
brushing off everything I've
100%.
said. But what I'm saying is that you are making the religious argument. You are basically
That's
just a
the part
theistic
where
morality.
you're not making sense, because nothing I said was a religious argument.
No, it's the right. You said it's a law. You said this is a factor of the universe.
Yes, that's the
is it not?
hypothesis. Yes.
Okay, so the higher hypothesis.
How is
and you
that
believe it.
analogous to the
You're
religious
not.
argument?
Wait, one second. Is it a hypothesis or do you believe it?
It's a hypothesis. So I think I like it. I don't think there's any hard evidence for it. It's just a hypothesis. So,
Okay,
so
so
I make
within you, what do you
predictions.
actually believe in?
Oh, I like it. So
The hypothesis isn't something you believe.
no,
It's a prediction.
No, people believe hypotheses all the time. I think
But
you're
they believe them, but they try to test them, and it's a prediction.
Yes.
You're trying to test the limit of your
Yes.
hypothesis.
So
We're not
my
doing that.
model also makes predictions, which I'm hoping to confirm, which would be evidence of my model. Like my model makes the prediction that this would apply to AIs, and it would apply to aliens all across the universe. And so if we discovered an AI, it would also follow the same pattern. So my model does make predictions. It is a hypothesis. You can believe hypotheses just fine. You don't need evidence for them. Many scientists believe their own pet hypotheses, even without evidence. It's just fine. The religious argument.
So then you are believe without evidence.
Yes, and that's perfectly fine. You don't need to have evidence to believe.
Well, that's exactly how the Bible differentiates.
No, the difference between a religious hypothesis and a scientific one is the religious one claims to have evidence and they don't. So it's perfectly fine. You can believe something for whatever reason you like. You can believe it just because you like it, and that's perfectly
Oh
fine.
wait,
The problem is when you claim
okay.
to believe it and have evidence, but you really don't. That's the problem.
So this is the problem, and I think this is something that more atheists and Gnostics need to bring up when they're arguing against Christians, is that they fundamentally are being heretical when they say they have evidence for their religion. It says within the Bible that faith is believing without seeing, as in you do not need evidence, you do not have evidence. You are putting your faith into God in order to allow yourselves to be brought into the Lord's
I
way.
would agree.
So in the sense,
that's
they
one
don't
sec.
necessarily
I
need
agree
evidence.
that would be a more intellectually honest position for theists to take, but that's not how most of them interpret that statement. Most of them interpret faith to be in addition to evidence and not in absence of it, because of how society has progressed in accepting evidence as a valuable thing. And so, even though I agree with you on that one, and I think theists should take that position that there is no evidence and they just believe based off of faith, they don't. That's not what most of them do, and that's not how most of them interpret that statement in the Bible.
I don't think it's not just. I mean, of course, it's not just the Bible. Many religions have stated this, but it's like I don't think we should stoop to their low of intellectuality, which is very lack thereof. We should go based off of what faith actually means, and faith fundamentally is believing without evidence. Now, I'm not necessarily harping on you for disagreeing. I like that you have ideas for how this could be applied and proved.
Yeah,
And
so
it
I'm
seems like
perfectly fine to
you want to test the limits of the hypothesis.
So I'm perfectly fine to call hypotheses that haven't been confirmed yet faith-based if you believe them. I'm happy with that. So I'm happy to say I can have faith in objective morality. I'm not bothered by that at all.
Okay, I would just say that it's a dangerous route to go down because I think it makes us very similar to the theist, and that it can make us illogical. I think that you are taking
none of that's
more
illogical.
logical
There's no illogical part of that. Every scientific hypothesis, including Einstein's general relativity, he had faith in it. No, stop. So he didn't prove it first. He wrote it down on paper and said, "This is how I think things work," and he believed it. He believed it before he proved it. He was genuinely convinced this was correct before he proved it. He had faith in his hypothesis, and then he tested it and confirmed it, and then he had evidence, and he was rational to believe it. Perfectly fine.
But we're not talking.
That's the exact same thing.
General relativity,
every single hypothesis works the exact same way. You have a hypothesis. Scientists believe it. Then they try to demonstrate it with testable predictions, but they usually believe it way before they've ever demonstrated it. Way before.
But just to separate out belief and knowledge, belief is just the act of being convinced. So if Teachup is convinced that this is morality, then that is his belief. He's not claiming that there is knowledge.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I think that you are kind of misconstruing some of these arguments. For example, like I think it's very inappropriate to bring up just Einstein as the individual, because when we talk about general relativity, we're not just talking about Einstein's theorems. We're talking about the people that came decades after him and proved his theorems.
I don't think you understood the argument.
That's why.
Stop. The argument there was that Einstein created a hypothesis of general relativity. So we're going back in time. We're with Einstein. He's writing this down on a piece of paper. He believes general relativity is true. He hasn't confirmed it yet. He believes it. So he has a hypothesis. He believes the hypothesis, maybe based off of faith because he has no evidence yet, but he believes it, and that's perfectly fine. He's done nothing wrong. He's not analogous to religion because what he did was he started with the data, looked at a pattern in the data, inferred what it would look like if this continued, and then built a hypothesis around that and said, I think this pattern is correct. That's perfectly rational. That's totally fine. Anybody can do this. Theists can do this. And if this is part of their methodology, they're being perfectly rational. The part where they become irrational is where they say they have knowledge of God or God absolutely exists without the secondary point of saying, well, it's just a hypothesis. This is just a hypothesis. We don't have any evidence yet. I still believe it, but we don't have any evidence yet. That's intellectual honesty. You can do that. Scientists do this all the time for string theory and for quantum foam and for WIMPs and for certain answers to dark energy. Scientists do this all the time. This is perfectly rational to say you have a hypothesis, you don't have any evidence, but you personally believe it because you like the symmetries of it, etc. Perfectly fine. The problem with religious claims is where they go too far and they say, I know God exists, or there's evidence of God, or everyone should believe in God. That's the mistake that religious people are making, and you seem to be falsely equivocating the hypothesis stage as being analogous to religion, which it's not.
Okay, so we can just make these two distinct categories of belief and knowledge, critiquable on both ends. For example, like more or less what a Christian could say is their way of interpreting the Bible and the way that they practice is their belief in God, and then their knowledge of the like teachings of the Jesus Christ and God are the knowledge of the Bible. Where I think this is like the same applicative problems here, right? So whenever you say that you believe in something, and you say you looked at the data and you're trying to analogize that to what Einstein did, there's really big differentials that you need to look at.
There is
For example,
zero.
Einstein wasn't just
Stop.
Please just let me finish my point. I just
Absolute-
let you have a monologue for like 10 minutes.
Well, it's-
no, please just let me
This
finish
is
my
my
point.
server. I let myself do whatever I want to do because egotistical. Remember, so there isn't a difference there. If you look at the data and you try to find a pattern in the data and then build a hypothesis off of that data, like what Einstein did, you're doing things right. It doesn't matter if you're using strict mathematics to do this. You could do this prior to strict mathematics, like what Ptolemy did with the stars and stuff. Totally fine. That's perfectly rational. The difference between that and religion is not the method by which you build and believe hypotheses. Those are all fine. You're conflating or trying to find some kind of error in hypothesis creation and believe in a hypothesis before it's been confirmed, where there is no error there. There's no error there. And so your complaint is completely misguided because you're looking at the wrong stage in the methodology to try and build a critique.
I feel like I remember you being more like rational. Anyways, no,
Well,
so
that is perfectly rational.
I don't understand. I don't understand how you can critique
I think you're confusing me being egotistical and muting you all the time with being rational. Because what I said was perfectly rational, but definitely egotistical is a thing. I'm happy with that one.
Your egotism is the hotbed of your irrational.
I don't. How is me muting you?
I don't understand how you can continue. I don't understand how you can keep critiquing my points when I haven't even made them because you keep muting me before I can make them.
It's because I've heard the points a million times, so I can know what you're going to say before you say it, and then know how to respond and debunk you. That's how. It's magic.
Do you believe in a theistic morality?
I think he's an
Me?
atheist. I don't think he's a theist.
No, he believes in theist. No, I'm not an atheist. I'm an agnostic. He believes in theistic morality, but no, but anyways, so you can, by the way, every time you bring up science, it's completely unanalogous because these people have knowledge beforehand. Einstein wasn't guessing; he was using mathematic principles.
Yes, so I know for a fact we have moral intuitions, and I know for a fact we have moral progress, and I can plot those on a line graph and say, here's the data I'm looking at, and I can try to explain that data exactly in the same way Einstein used his past data to find a pattern and explain it. Those are analogous. You're an idiot.
Except you can't because the Einstein's work can be checked against someone else's. Your work can't. You were just saying
Yes, it can. Like anybody can look at the patterns of moral intuition and patterns of moral progress and see if my inference about where this is going is correct. Anybody can check that as well.
And I guess my call would just be to ask maybe a few more back and forths, but I think there is a theist or two in the audience. So
sure.
Yeah. So your moral intuitions, though, are completely subjective, right? Because you have to say that this is the intuition that people have had for the longest time, and people can point to.
My moral intuition doesn't matter. The data we're using is all moral intuitions of all people in all societies through all time. I'm not using my moral intuitions. So we're looking at the pattern of moral intuition of all people across all times and plotting it together.
Except you can't do that because more than half of the people in this world don't share the same moral intuition. You are literally picked.
No, everybody does share the same moral intuitions to many degrees, such as murder and rape and those kinds of things, is very well agreed upon in most societies. And so it is correct that most societies, pretty much every society in human history, all follows the same patterns of moral intuition. There is some deviation, of course, they're not exactly the same, but the consensus in the field of ethics and philosophy is that moral intuitions have been shared pretty much the same throughout all cultures.
Except that this is not true at all. It's historically not been true the entire time.
That is true. Again, so keep in context that what I'm saying is they're shared on the stage of moral progress. So as long as they're have this share the same intellectual development and resource availability, their pattern of moral progress tends to go at the same rate in all societies through all time, everywhere in the world. Is there some deviation? Obviously, there is some deviation, but the commonalities far outweigh the deviations, which is why most societies share things like murder is wrong, theft is wrong, adultery is wrong, et cetera, even on very silly things that have no obvious evolutionary advantage, like certain proclivities to colors or shapes or whatever.
I'm asking you one more question. How could you possibly even say this when China has shared almost has been very solid?
That's the why is it cold argument. It's the exact same thing as the why is it cold argument. Like the fact that there are some societies that deviate and go against the moral grain occasionally does not change the trend of moral progress. Even in China, the moral values of those people, the people in China, are also improving and have improved over time. And you can see this by going back in time and comparing the values of the Chinese people today versus whatever everyone in the world 1,000 years ago. There's clearly progress. It's obviously been changing. This is not, and you bringing up the cold argument is stupid. I've already debunked the cold argument. Just like saying, oh, it snows, there's no global warming. It's irrelevant, literally irrelevant. The fact that the trend goes in the same direction is the evidence. The fact that sometimes it goes down is not evidence against the trend.
Dude, I'm so glad that you're reminding me about the climate change thing, because you literally, the reason we stopped calling it global warming is because it's not just warming. We're getting more extreme temperate events, which are we're changing the global environment as a whole. It's not why that's why it's cold argument is not only stupid, but it could be pointing out the fact that because global warming is happening, it's now getting colder. Like I don't.
Okay.
It's just such a stupid argument. There's evidence for all these claims. That's why they're dumb arguments. You don't have any evidence for your
You
claim.
guys
You're a
are
moral
agreeing
theist.
with each other right
Yeah,
now.
I know he's being silly. All right, Wasim, what's up? Are you server muted? No, you're not server muted.
I just wanted to ask, what is this about exactly? Because I seemed like the topics were weren't very set, you know.
Yeah, typically we focus on like, does God exist? Is there any evidence of God? But yeah, we go into anything like philosophy, politics,
Oh,
whatever.
right. So basically, you believe that moral intuitions. I mean, morality is what causes moral intuitions,
That's
right?
my hypothesis.
That's your hypothesis. Well, didn't have much preparation, but I have a new idea about that.
Okay.
And this is just my own thoughts and theories. Basically, what we have is just our universe, right? It's just this. There's nothing outside of it to confirm it. All we have is the universe, and that's it, right? So I think
Sort
that
of.
whatever is inherently and I think that whatever is inherently being entered into our minds, it must be true, because if we're going to come from a position where all we have is the universe, then I think that what our minds inherently have, it must be true, there's no real, like, for example, evolution, our bodies, they realize that we need to evolve, and so it progresses. But why is it that, it doesn't inherently? And
If
yeah,
I could just pause you
I
real quick. Evolution is like a force of nature, as wherever life is, evolution, because populations of genes will eventually be naturally selected.
right, but sorry.
Oh no, it's just we have a fact. It would happen whether there's an agent or not.
Right, but coming from a position where assuming that there's nothing objective, like let's say that there is nothing before the universe, right? How can that nothing dictate this universe being objective, like the laws we have? How can we dictate that this is what's set? This is it, All we have is a universe to prove it is universe to prove that to itself, but that's not at all right. I find it to be very circular to say that. So, I think to give reasons onto why we evolve it doesn't have much of an objective proof. It will still only be to us. It won't be objective.
Well, it only happens wherever life is, so in some ways it does need us to exist, but it doesn't need minds to exist. So evolution can just exist with single-celled organisms.
Okay, all right, that's a pretty interesting. Okay, and I'm gonna think of this own thing. Like when it comes to quantum mechanics and whatnot, and this doesn't have to do much with morality. This is just my own little thing, and I wanna I want to see what you guys think about it.
Okay.
Basically, let's say that we didn't have our minds, we didn't have a way to figure out whether or not something exists, our minds, that's how we get the criteria that something exists, right? If we didn't have our minds, does anything exist, maybe, but at least to us, it will not exist. So something can exist to other people, but if I don't have my mind, it doesn't exist, at least to me, so
And I
that's
understand why, we feel this way, but it does seem, all the empirical evidence seems that there was the universe for billions of years, and then eventually, after a set of another billions of years on this planet, after life forming, there was intelligent life. And then eventually, the aliens may not agree with us. They say there's intelligent life on Earth. Eventually, us.
okay. I'd like to ask you a question. What makes empirical evidence evidence?
That is a great question. The great thing about science is it's not the body of knowledge, but it's the process. And so it's about us, as Teachup has been talking about a lot this episode. It's starting with a hypothesis, but then we go out into the field and we do research, we collect data. We hope that the data agrees with us. If not, it may end up actually changing our mind, but we publish that data in support of our hypothesis. And then we publish that methodology that allows others to critique and do the exact same test.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting, So I'm pretty sure it's pretty obvious what I'm getting at. It's the why question, why does this make this? It just is that way, and it just happens to be in our universe, right? But the main thing is if the criteria that we get, the criteria we use to get to the conclusion that something exists, if the criteria wasn't there, then does something exist anymore? That's
You
just a question.
said the why, and what do you mean the why question? The why towards, I guess, the who or the what?
Right, like for example, why when I drop something, why does it fall? Well, because of gravity. But why does gravity do that? And you may have reasons for that. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but why do those
And it's
reasons make
because we're
gravity?
falling. We're falling in space. We're falling
Right,
around, basically, in essence, around the sun, and
right.
we're
So we
trapped
can get
within
to the
orbit.
conclusion that we're falling, but why do we fall? Is what I'm getting at.
Well, I guess because of gravity.
Right, but why does gravity do that?
What? Well, and can I also point out that why questions are often not scientific questions. What we often ask are what questions because we say, well, or how questions because you ask ourselves, how is it that water is falling from the sky? And for years we gave whom? We gave, well, it was a dude that was sending lightning bolts, and eventually water was able to form around that. But
Well,
we now know it's the water cycle.
well, maybe you can say that it doesn't have much science behind it, but I don't think that you can get behind, that it has real logic behind it because I think the difference between thinking that Zeus is the one that made lightning, I think it's very different when you're being presented by the why question. I just don't think it's the same at all because there's not much you can do to further experiment with it and to figure out why things really happen. And anyways, that's just a point to establish before I explain what I'm getting at here. So let's say that the criteria we use to get to the conclusion that something exists is that you can feel it, you can touch it, you can, whatever that is, right? We get that from our minds. Our minds will give us the criteria. So I want to ask you if if with the criteria that we get to conclusion that something exists, does something exist, at least to us?
We believe that it exists because we are agents. We
No, no,
seem to
no,
have
no,
good
no, no.
evidence.
Not if
And
you
you touched
believe it exists. Now, I'm not asking you whether or not you believe it exists. I'm talking about, let's say you couldn't feel, touch, or any criteria that you use to get to the conclusion that you use to get to the conclusion that something exists. If none of that criteria was there, does that thing exist at least to you?
Well, see, now you're saying, does it exist to you? Because
Yeah,
does
that's
it
what I said
exist
before.
to you versus does it exist are two very different
Right,
things.
doesn't exist objectively, but I'm asking like would it exist at least to you?
Well,
I'm just
then I
wondering.
guess if you're saying does it exist subjectively, well then
Right.
no. Lots of things. Ice cream cones don't exist technically right now because you can't see it or taste it or do anything. You can only imagine it in your mind.
Right. So as of right now, there are no ice cream cones, and right. So as of right now, you don't have any ice cream cones. You can
But
get
does
to the
that
conclusion
mean
there
that
are
ice
no
cream cones don't exist?
No. I'm talking about you right now. For you, it does not exist.
Okay. But I
So
guess with that
basically,
separated, I guess my question is, so what?
so the conclusion I get from this is if if so basically the way that we get to the conclusion that something exists, it comes from our mind. And basically, if our minds wasn't there, then does it exist to at least to us? Well, it wouldn't. And so this is just the way that I like to prove that the world is dependent on the mind and quantum mechanics and stuff. At least to us, it wouldn't exist.
And that's why we use science. Science so far is the only process that we know that takes out human bias.
Right, and
Because
that's the way to prove something definitely, But with this, we just aren't really sure.
So we know that part's
There-
wrong
there-
because there are things we can't see. Like we can't see other
Right.
galaxies. We've never seen them. But then we built
Right.
telescopes, and then we could see them. Does
Mm.
that mean that the galaxies didn't exist before the telescopes existed?
Maybe, and
What?
I see your
What?
point there, because at the time, sorry,
There's no maybe there. That's a definitive no. So like
oh,
galaxies don't exist because we built telescopes. No.
okay, but let's say that there was no way to figure out whether or not those galaxies exist. At least to you, would those galaxies exist?
I don't know what that means. So like if we didn't have telescopes, I could never see a galaxy, right?
Right.
And then we built telescopes and we could see galaxies. Same with particles.
Okay.
We can't see particles, but then we build telescopes and we see particles. We can't see germs, and we build telescopes,
I also
microscopes, we can see germs. Humans' brains, in our experience, does not have an accurate representation of reality, and then we build tools that give us a more accurate representation of reality. And this proves reality is not created from our experience because there's lots of things we don't see, and we have to build stuff to be able to see them.
yeah, I'd like to say that I don't think this example is also very exactly what I'm suggesting. What I'm suggesting is right in front of you. If you couldn't feel, taste, or any criteria that you use to get to the conclusion that something exists, right in front of you, does does that thing exist? It's not like you can grab a telescope and you can see, oh, there it is, it exists. You can see it. I'm saying if there was no criteria, does that thing exist at least to you?
I can imagine it.
You can imagine it, but to you, does it exist?
That question
Because
does not make sense.
well,
Things cannot
is there
exist
anything
to you.
specific
That's
about
not.
it?
That is an incoherent sentence. Things do not
No.
exist to you.
What? Yeah, this is because this is coming from a bigger part of our universe is not objective, and that's a whole different thing. And I have to go soon, and I'd like to talk about it more because it's something that I like to ponder about a lot. But what I mean to you is like, what so let's say that there was a door and you couldn't feel it, you couldn't anything, nothing. You had no idea it was there. It could objectively be there, but to you, it would not be there.
No, that's incorrect. So like, I would not be
Okay.
aware of it. That would be the correct way to
Right.
phrase that. But existence is objective by definition. There's no exist to you. That's a contradiction. It either exists or it does not exist. The door does exist. I would be unaware of the door's existence.
Right. Okay. And this is another thing. This is just a question that I asked. Like, I asked Amy, would it exist to you?
That doesn't make sense.
Okay,
Again, that's a
maybe,
contradiction.
maybe
That's
not.
literally a contradiction. I would be unaware of it.
All right, unaware of it, whatever. The idea that something exists objectively, I don't think that's pretty. Like, how can you get to the conclusion that something exists objectively?
Science.
Okay, but what makes that a valid resource outside of our universe?
It can differentiate
Well, not
imagination from
outside of the
reality. And so since it can differentiate imagination from reality, it would apply to things both in and outside of our universe. And since no other methodology can differentiate imagination from reality, it's the only method we could use to apply in and outside our universe.
But also,
Wha-
just look at the biosphere of life out there. Most things are not most things that are alive are not conscious.
Okay,
If I
that's
can
nice.
say it. Well, you
But
say it's
back
nice,
to
but isn't it kind of weird that we don't really seem consciousness doesn't need to seem to objectively hold anything down? And it came after billions of years of non-conscious beings already being here. So why would consciousness be something that makes something objective?
anyways, back to what T Jump said. The reasons you listed, why does that?
Right. Well, then the answer
Why
is
does that
there
prove
is
what you said?
none. And thus, that is why we don't think that a conscious agent makes anything objective.
What do you mean by conscious agents exactly?
As in an agent that is conscious, has awareness, can
Oh,
walk around, understands data, and outputs data.
okay, all right, that's pretty interesting. But back to what T Jump said. The reasons
Okay,
you listed,
but
what
can
makes
you
that
at
proof?
least confirm that with taking that in, conscious agents don't make anything objective? Can we at least can
Yeah,
you
sure.
okay, then what's the point of your conversation?
Anyways, I would just like to ask T Jump a question. The reasons you listed, what makes that proof to what you said?
Okay.
What?
The reasons you listed, what makes that proof to what you said?
We need some way to differentiate imagination from reality. Science does that. There isn't another one.
Right. But those reasons, what makes that proof?
I don't understand the question. So, like, you agree?
Basically
You
what I'm
agree? We
saying,
need to wait. We need to differentiate imagination from reality, right?
right, sure.
And we need a way to do that, right?
Right.
And science does that, right?
Okay, maybe, sure.
And we don't have another way that does that, right?
Okay.
So for anything inside, outside the universe, anywhere, we're going to need to apply a method that can do this. We only have one method that can do this. So we're going to apply that method and not a different method.
So it seems like that you're saying Zeus is the one that creates lightning. You're saying that because we don't know of any other way, therefore it must be the only way that we do have.
Well, if Zeus
How did you get that out of
existed,
anything he said?
if Zeus existed and was
I'm-
real,
I'm-
and we could demonstrate Zeus was real, and we saw a lightning bolt, and we knew Zeus created lightning, then yes, the only rational conclusion would be Zeus created the lightning.
It seems like that you're making that example based as if scientific or hypothesis or empirical evidence was objective way. Like
It is, by
the way to
definition,
figure
it is,
things
it is
out.
objective, but
Okay, why is that?
for the reason I literally just explained. We need a way to differentiate imagination from
Right.
reality. Science does that. Nothing else can do that. Therefore, we use science to do everything.
It seems like it's very circular now.
No.
Anyways, I have to go. It was
Sure,
nice talking.
You can introduce any new system you would like, and if it can differentiate imagination from reality, we will be happy to use that one as well. It's just never been introduced.
Okay.
So feel free to introduce a new
All right.
system at any time you'd like.
All right, thanks.
Yep.
But
Appreciate that
currently,
opportunity.
science is the best one.
All right, see you.
All right, Duke or useful fiction, what do you got for us? You guys there? Not server muted, not server muted.
Yes, we can. Both of you were talking at the same time, and so one's gonna have to pick.
Oh, wait, I can't hear him either. One sec, I'm going to refresh. Oh, I can hear Duke now.
Okay. Mine shouldn't take too long, so I'm going to go first. I just wanted to see if my argument against a theistic argument for free will is consistent
are both
against
talking again.
scrutiny.
Oh, wait, I can't hear useful fiction at all. And I can hear Duke.
I could hear both of them.
All right, Fiction, try to rejoin. I refreshed and I still can't hear you. Try to rejoin. All right, go ahead, Duke.
All right. Anyways, so the basic argument is that hold on, I'm just trying to get my thoughts together.
Oh, good. Everyone, don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe, and send in love.
Completely just spaced out here. Hold on.
Yeah, you said you were going to bring up an argument against free will or something.
Correct. Yeah. So the argument that Christians make for the problem of evil is free will.
Yeah.
And the usual counter argument to that is that if God has free will, and yet he doesn't have the ability to sin, he could have created us the same way.
Yeah.
And the counter argument I've heard to that is that yes, that's true, but in order for us to choose to love God, we have to have the ability to sin.
Yep.
So, is that like a good objection? Do you think, or do you think it still holds water to say that?
So typically their argument goes something like, the reason God gave us free will was because if we couldn't choose to follow him, then we would just be robots or something along those lines. And so they
Right.
say that God gave us the ability to do all this evil stuff because it comes with the ability to not believe in him or something. And that's really more important than all the other stuff. And so it doesn't matter that we can rape and murder because our ability to choose to believe in God is more important than that. Now, I think that's a stupid argument because you can just give us the ability to believe in God without the ability to murder and just restrict the ability to murder just fine. Give us all personal force fields, problem solved. So, no, I don't think that's a good response. I think it's a half-assed response that doesn't take into the fact that you can restrict our ability to harm others in other ways and still not believe in God. Like Stephen Hawking, he was an atheist, he was a paraplegic, quadriplegic, couldn't move his arms or his legs. So he could murder no one, but he still had the freedom to not believe in God. Therefore, it's irrational to say that we need the ability to murder in order to have the ability to not believe in God. And so it's a bad excuse that doesn't work to explain why God allowed us to do all this evil stuff.
All right, makes sense. Part of the argument is that it's a sin to not love God. That's part of the argument. So if we don't love God, we're sinning against him, while God himself can choose not to love us, and he wouldn't be doing any moral wrong.
Right, because it's only a moral wrong in their view if you refuse to love the being who created us all. Since we didn't create us all, it's totally fine not to love us. That's why the being who created us all can murder as much as he wants. And it's perfectly fine because he's the all being creator. And so all being creator doesn't apply to him. Special pleading bull crap.
Right. So my question would be, could we, like, let's say that we have God's form of free will, that we couldn't do evil things, but that would also include we would have to love God because we couldn't do evil. And if not loving God is evil, then we would have to love God. And their argument would be, in order to choose whether or not to love God, we would have to have the ability to choose evil.
Right, but if we had like God's level of free will like that, we would just be God. So I don't think that one would work.
I see. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Cool.
All right.
Useful fiction.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry.
Go for it.
Yeah, there's a few things I wanted to talk about. But first I just kind of wanted to we don't need this is just the first thing. Don't need to talk about it that long if you don't want, but I just want to say it is correct. Whoever was above saying that that a brute fact is just a fact that lacks explanation. That is correct because
That's irrelevant. So that's
yeah,
irrelevant. That's absolutely irrelevant.
okay.
So what I said in the conversation with the guy before that guy, he said everything that exists requires a cause. I said no, it doesn't. There are brute facts. Brute facts would be an example. One possible brute fact would be like a pineapple that exists without a cause. That would be a brute fact, which would be an example to disprove his claim that anything that exists must have a cause or it's a necessary being. The fact that there are other kinds of brute facts that are outside of like existence and causality is just irrelevant. It's irrelevant to the conversation. And so the penguin's criticism there was saying that the word brute fact can apply to things outside of the conversation as well as the specific thing we were talking about. And I was using brute fact specifically within that conversation to refer to the things we were talking about. And so penguin's criticism is an irrelevancy. It's like, oh, that word can be used to mean other stuff too. Great. I wasn't disagreeing with that.
Wait, so
Okay,
you take it
that's yeah,
that
sure.
a causal connection
And
just
then if I
delineates
could
an explanation?
1 second. Let's Fiction go
Mm.
first. He was in line for a while.
Yeah, and then another thing, I wanted to ask if you could clarify for me. So you said your moral theory is that like there's a quantum field that kind of causes like us to have these sorts of like dispositions.
Yep.
Is that quantum field is that something that causes like all sentient beings to have those dispositions?
Yes.
For example, because you talked about AIs and other
Yes.
beings.
That's one of the predictions is that once we get a true AGI, it will begin to follow the same patterns as we do.
Okay. Well, yeah, and I guess kind of wanted to talk about those predictions precisely because before we get to those, like I took it that quantum fields are things that kind of illuminate like the behavior of like subatomic particles and whatnot. Do you believe they're like moral particles or so?
Not necessarily, no. So the fact that there could be
Okay.
a field that affects higher order things like consciousness is perfectly fine. So like gravity is significantly weaker than the other forces, the strong and the weak in the electromagnetic force. And if we have another force that's like 40 orders of magnitude weaker than that, we wouldn't even be able to detect it because it would not be able to affect anything that with things that we could detect. And so it's possible to have a force that can affect only conscious agents or only minds and not affect other things that we can detect. And there's no contradiction there. That's perfectly fine.
Yeah, that does indeed seem logically possible. But yeah, and then the last, so you were kind of talking about how this theory predicts like the way these sort of creatures would behave. But don't you think like this prediction that sentient beings will kind of behave in certain manners like this seems to be a prediction that you can make with like far like simpler theories about the world. Do you not think, do you see any concern with this type of hypothesis you have just being very like superfluous, be kind of very unnecessary to explain this type of phenomenon?
That's called the problem of underdetermination. Any empirical data or any prediction can be made by infinitely many hypotheses, but that doesn't matter. We don't care. Like you could explain lightning with a infinitely many hypotheses that are simpler than trillions and trillions of atomic particles rubbing against one another to create electricity. So that's an extremely complex theory to explain a lightning bolt. And Thor did it is a much simpler theory. But the simplicity just doesn't matter. We don't care about the simplicity. We care about the novel predictions that are expected under your hypothesis, but not expected under any other hypothesis.
Well, there's a few things there. So I agree with you that there's like an underdeterminative relationship between like evidence and theories. Like, of course, some piece of evidence is that's consistent with like multiple different theories about that evidence. But there tends to be like this kind of trade-off made between simplicity and explanatory power.
No, not really. So
So
that's
like
part is a purely philosophical thing that scientists really don't care about. None of that matters. You can make a hypothesis as complex and silly as you want. I think Schrodinger did this for quantum mechanics, and it worked. It made testable predictions, and he got it right, and that was it. He's right. We don't care. So it doesn't make a difference. The simplicity spot, the explanatory power spot, don't care. If you can predict the future, you win. It's as simple as that.
Wait, but you don't like you don't think that maybe I don't understand your view on this. Like surely you'd agree that if there's like a theory that has like a conjunctive P and Q, and the only thing that does the explanation, the only part of the theory that makes the predictions is P, is just like there, but it doesn't really have any sort of relation to what's, you know, the predictive power of the theory or the explanatory power. You think that that like if we just had the one theory P and another theory that was P and Q, you think that it doesn't matter? Like there's no reason to select one over the other?
Right. So like if we have two theories, one which is P, one which is P and Q. If P and Q was created first and successfully made predictions, and then after the fact someone said, just P, that would just be a waste of garbage. We don't care. It's post hoc rationalization is garbage. P and Q is still the justified theory. So, like, for example, if we had a Bible that was written 6,000 years ago, said DNA is a double helix, the universe was created the world was created 4.5 billion years ago, Earth is 13.8 billion years old, because God created it that way, everybody would be justified in believing in God. Everybody. The fact that we could come up with other hypotheses later is just irrelevant. We don't care. So what matters is the ability to make novel testable predictions given a certain hypothesis, and the fact that people can come up with other hypotheses later that are simpler, we just don't care. It doesn't make a difference. It's just garbage. Anybody can post hoc rationalize, and there are infinitely many theories that can be post hoc rationalized to explain the data, many of which are going to be simpler in some ways. But what matters is which one allows us to predict the information before we know it and get it right. And so in order for the simpler theory to take over, it would then need to predict something new that we didn't know yet and get that right, in a way that the older theory didn't. So simplicity is just garbage, waste of time semantics. Same with explanatory power, garbage, waste of time semantics. You can have theories that have like a god, a single entity that explains everything, a magic leprechaun named Bob. But we don't care how much explanatory power that has. What matters, like we can still say there's multiple entities that all do a bunch of different things. And even though each entity has less explanatory power than one super god that explains everything, we're still going to prefer the multiple entities, because of lots of other reasons. And so again, explanatory power and simplicity are just irrelevant philosophical garbage that scientists don't care about. Give me future predictions or go home.
I don't know. Maybe I'll put it in a way that like is hopefully more intuitive. So like imagine like when Einstein made like his theory of relativity. Imagine if the theory was so all the commitments of the theory of relativity as of now, that have been like very predictably successful. Imagine, his sort of theory hypothesis was that and God exists. And clearly that's like what we know makes all the predictions is precisely what the theory is.
If his hypothesis was
has
God
nothing to do with God.
exists and God causes these things, and he got a bunch of them right, then that would be justification to believe that.
No, not that God causes them.
Well,
God
that's
exists.
a requirement of the
and-
hypothesis. So like in order for this to be analogous, you have to say God exists and causes these things. So like in the Bible analogy, God exists and wrote the Bible, which is why all these things are correct. In my analogy, morality exists and causes the morality, which is why it is. If you just randomly tack on something for no reason that is completely irrelevant to everything, then yeah, obviously that would just be a waste of time to include that in the theory. So it has to have some relevance to the theory, like it causes the other things to have it be included. Otherwise, it's just literally not a part of the theory.
Okay.
But yeah, if Einstein said God causes these things, and that's why I'm making this prediction, then yeah, that would be potentially justification for believing in God. And there are actually cases of that. Ramanujan, the mathematician, said he was getting his mathematical genius from gods, and he was able to solve very significant mathematical problems, which no one else could. So that could be considered a potential evidence for God. Not very strong evidence, but potential evidence.
Yeah, I think this sort of like you cause like this causal tack on where you say like you have like all the commitments of your hypothesis, and then you kind of tack on, well, and also this thing causes those things. I think that also has like precisely the same problem I'm kind of trying to get at is, whereas
well, no. So
it seems that
every
you need
scientist
to
and
make the
philosopher would disagree with you on that one. So every scientist and philosopher, and I've talked to many of them on my channel about this. If we found a Bible, or just imagine the Bible in it was written, DNA is a double helix, the universe is 13.8 billion years old, Donald Trump would be president in 2020 or whatever, and it got these right, that would every scientist, every philosopher grants, yep, that is 100% justification to believe in God. You are justified in believing. Some people may disagree, some people may prefer simpler hypotheses, and that's perfectly fine. But if someone chooses to believe in God because they have a Bible that was written 6,000 years ago that says all these things and we discover them to be correct, they are 100% justified. Could you use a different epistemology and be justified to believe something else? Yes, that's possible. But this person is absolutely justified in that case.
Yeah, so yeah, this Bible case is I just take that to be like something that's entirely different
Well,
thing
no, it's the
than
exact same. So it's
what's
a
being mentioned.
model that makes
But
predictions that got the predictions correct, and it has an extra tack on. So it's exactly the same thing. There's a model, it makes predictions, it has an extra tack on, which is that God done it, God wrote the book or whatever, and it gets them right. Would you be justified in believing the tack on, which is that God done it? Yes, yes, you would.
yeah, and you would be justified in believing that, at least I take it, because it's taken that God at least, wrote the Bible
Yeah.
as part of the theory. But I mean, I don't know, like,
Or was
yeah,
you just say
well,
God
it was
caused it
good
and it was
talking to you
written by
guys, I
Bob or
guess.
something. But either way, as long as there's some causal relation between the part of the hypothesis and the successful prediction, yes, you're justified in believing it.
All right, well, it was good talking to you guys. I'm gonna get off.
Yep. Badass, what's up?
Yeah, what's up?
Not much. Did you got a question, something you want to talk about?
Yeah, I'm not clear on your moral view, if you mind elaborating on that.
Yeah, so we have a pattern of moral intuition and moral progress. This pattern is consistent. I think it's caused by a law of physics that would apply to all conscious agents in the universe, and so it's subjective. Or did you want to talk like specifically what I think morality is any involuntary imposition of will is immoral, and so we should the best of all possible.
Wait, so you're a moral subjectivist?
No, I'm a moral realist.
And you believe that moral progress based on intuitions would be justifiers for moral facts?
Those would be phenomenon, and explaining those phenomenon, one of the hypotheses is that there is some kind of a moral objective groundwork that's causing these.
What do you take a cause to be?
There's lots of kinds of causes. Like a god could be a cause, a platonic object could be a cause, a law of physics could be a cause, evolution could
No,
be
I
a
mean,
cause.
what I'm trying to ask is not for some like set of exemplification. I'm asking like what would be the touchstone that actually
A deterministic set of
furnishes
cause,
something as
a deterministic set of things that leads to a particular outcome.
So that would just be like a set of antecedents that condition or furnish some consequence.
Yeah, so like if there's a law of gravity and gravity causes things to with mass to come together, gravity caused the two things with mass to come together. That's a cause.
Okay, well, so you're saying that there's going to be a cause for these phenomena?
Well, yes, obviously, necessarily that's the case. And I think the cause is a particular objective thing like a law of physics rather than a subjective thing like evolution or culture.
When you said that's necessary, the motoscope's going to be like
Modal
logical,
scope is
right?
irrelevant. It's irrelevant semantics.
Why do you say that?
It's irrelevant to the conversation. So whenever we go into meaningless semantics of philosophy, I'm just going to end the conversation there and go back to the actual conversation. So do you have an objection to, did you understand objective? It's an object. Platonic object would be objective. God would be a subject that could arguably be objective. A law of physics would be objective. Evolution would be subjective. Culture would be subjective. There's pretty easy to understand the distinction between subjective and objective morality here.
Okay, well, I don't want to try and push you on the semantic part, but I don't understand that. I'll take it that like things like motoscope are going to be like the cogency that clear up any opacity.
Yeah, all of that
given
is
in
just
an
gibberish.
utterance.
Do you have an actual question?
Yeah, I'm not clear on. I'm still trying to follow your moral view. So there's going to be things that determine these moral phenomenon that we observe, right?
Yeah, obviously, necessarily. And whatever is causing those, whatever is the cause, is morality. So if the cause of moral intuition, moral progress is just society and evolution, that would be subjective morality. If the cause is a Platonic object, that would be objective morality. If the cause is a god, I think that's still probably subjective morality, but it's debatable. If the cause is like some ultimate law of physics that governs the moral intuitions of every conscious agent, that would be objective. Like it's not hard to make this understanding. Moral intuition and moral progress are the phenomenon to which we apply the label of morality. So when we're talking about morality, we're talking about those phenomena. And whatever is causing those is going to define what morality is. If they're purely caused by culture, it's purely subjective. If it's purely caused by evolution, purely subjective. If it's Platonic object, law of physics, God, objective. It's not a hard thing to get.
Well, I'm not clear because you're saying that there's going to be like some necessary fact that there's going to be like some set of deterministic conditions that furnish these moral phenomena.
Yeah, everybody in science
why
and
can't it
philosophy
be
agrees
proved?
on that one. Like we think moral intuitions are either caused by a subjective cause like evolution or an objective cause like God. There's no real disagreement there. Like we don't think the randomness force in quantum mechanics is determining moral intuitions.
But what I'm asking is why can it be the case that it's like not deterministic? It's just no cause for like dependency or parasite.
All right, it could be. I'd be fine to grant that it's there's like a logical possibility that there's a brute fact of moral intuitions or something. I don't think we think anything is a brute fact that we've discovered, but it's possible.
So then I don't see why you posit an explanon if you're not even like you don't have the aptitude to ascertain whether or not there's even an explanandum to explain.
Because anything could be a brute fact, but it's just an irrelevancy. We don't care. It's just we don't care in science. We don't care in philosophy. It could just be a brute fact that planets or that an asteroid comes by every 500 years and may have nothing to do with gravity. But no scientist thinks that. No philosopher critiques that because it's an irrelevancy. We don't care. We assume, yeah, it probably does have an explanation because everything we ever discovered has an explanation. And if there's a consistent pattern in reality, that's almost always some kind of a law. So that's just an irrelevancy. Could anything be a brute fact? Yes.
Well, seeing
we
as
care.
you're a proponent of the view.
What?
Well, seeing as you're a proponent of the view, I hope you have some
No,
grounding.
that's not something
why
that
it's the
anybody
case.
has to have a grounding for. To explain that it's not a brute fact is not a serious concern in philosophy or science. It's never a legitimate criticism to say, well, it could be a brute fact. That's never a legitimate criticism. Oh, actually, there's
Would you
one
mind,
case
like,
where that's legitimate criticism where someone says it can't be a brute fact, and then you say, yes, it logically can be a brute fact. That would be the only time where critiquing the possibility of something being a brute fact is a legitimate argument.
I mean, yeah. Do you mind explaining why that is?
Because it's an irrelevancy. The fact that something could be a brute fact is irrelevant to the hypothesis that it's not a brute fact. So if I say there's a pattern in these two phenomenon, and I say my hypothesis is it's caused by like a law or something, and you said, but it could be a brute fact, I don't have to care because the evidence comes from confirming the predictions I make, not the fact that you can post hoc explain it with a different hypothesis like it being a brute fact.
Listen. Well, constantly espousing it's irrelevant doesn't actually.
No, I
determine
proved
the fact
it's
that
irrelevant. So like if I say I make a prediction that there's going to be an earthquake.
Are you talking about
Shush,
proof and
shush,
like
shush, shush,
formal
shush.
logic?
So if I make a prediction that there's going to be an earthquake in these 6 locations, and I say this is because of a tectonic plate, you could say, no, it's because of aliens, or no, it's because of leprechauns, or no, it's because it's just a brute fact. Everyone's going to laugh at you. We think you're stupid. You're wasting our time. We don't care. Is it possible that aliens caused the earthquakes? Yes, it is possible. Is it possible it's just a brute fact of the universe? Yes, it's possible. Do we care? No. Do we need to disprove that? No. All of that's irrelevant. What matters, the proof that it's not a brute fact, comes in the ability to make a successful testable prediction based off of a hypothesis. That's evidence of the hypothesis, even if you could explain it in lots of other ways, like aliens or brute facts or a sky daddy. Doesn't make a difference. The positive prediction that is confirmed by the hypothesis is the evidence of the hypothesis, even if you could explain it as a bunch of different things like a brute fact or aliens. It doesn't make a difference. So your criticism is an irrelevancy because you're positing an alternative hypothesis to explain the data, which there are infinitely many. It's called the problem under determination, and we don't care.
Yeah, so in the analogy you gave about the people, I don't see why the opinion that this individual for positing like some counterfactual was going to be asinine. That doesn't really
It's called
illustrate that's not
post hoc
going to be pertinent.
rationalization. We have a name for that fallacy.
I don't see how that's post hoc. And also,
Okay,
wouldn't
so
you
if we
take it
have,
that
if somebody
sophistry
comes
would
up with
only be,
a
hold on,
prediction,
hold on. You would take it that sophistry is only like going to be deployed
What?
given some inference, right?
No. Sophistry can be deployed given lots of things. There's no inference required for sophistry. You can do that for no reason at all. But so the
I
first
would
thing, go
highly
back
disagree.
to the part about the post hoc rationalization. So if I come up with a hypothesis that predicts earthquake locations and I get it right, the fact that you can then come and look at my data and make up a new explanation that's post hoc. You've looked at the data and you've copied it to make up a new explanation. Post hoc rationalization. You look at the data and then make up the explanation. We don't care about that. We never care about that. That's never rational. It's garbage. It's a complete waste of time. So if I come up with a hypothesis about morality or something and say it's a law of physics, and you could say, take that data and then on post hoc rationalize, well, it's a brute fact. Yes, you can do that. You can do that with anything in science. You could take evolution and say, nah, it's just a brute fact. Every one of those individual instances of gene manipulation and fossils, they're all just brute facts. You could do that. We would never accept it. That's stupid. Everyone would laugh at you because the ability to simply say it's a brute fact doesn't give you any justification to believe that. You would need some kind of novel prediction based off of your hypothesis that something is a brute fact in order to justify that conclusion. Since you don't have any evidence of your alternative hypothesis, I don't have to disprove it. It's called the burden of proof fallacy. You would have to prove that your brute fact
What do you
hypothesis
mean?
was true. I don't have to disprove it.
Well, the point in invoking this alternate hypothesis is to juxtapose that there's going to be a compatibility between these
That's
hypotheses
the problem of
in which
underdetermination.
an alternative.
Problem of underdetermination states that for any set of data, it can be explained by infinitely
Also,
many empirically.
I think you have
Stop.
a misapprehension of what post hoc is.
Stop. So, problem under determination states for any empirical data set, there are infinitely many hypotheses, infinitely many alternatives that can all explain the data, all of them. We don't care. Presenting alternative hypotheses to explain the same data is an irrelevancy. We don't care. What matters is which one
Yeah, but
can
that's
make
not
prediction.
post hoc.
That's literally post hoc.
That's not what post hoc
That's
is.
literally what post hoc is. It's looking at the data and then coming up with an explanation.
What do you mean? That's what all hypotheses do.
No, that's not what all hypotheses do. Any set of data can be done for any set of data.
You observe a set of datum and then you
Yes.
draw some explanation.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, that's not what post hoc is.
No. So when we do that, in order to confirm it, you then make predictions to confirm the hypothesis. Anybody can take any set of data and come up with infinitely many hypotheses that explain the data. Now, all hypotheses start that way. Everything in science starts that way. But then if we have one that makes predictions and they're correct, you don't then say, but it could be explained by magic leprechauns. Like, we don't care. We genuinely don't care. Could it actually be explained by magic leprechauns? Yes, it could. But that's post hoc because you just took the data, made up a new explanation, and said this. We don't care. Same thing applies to morality. If I have a hypothesis that predicts some kind of data that if we discovered it one day, you being able to say, but it could be a brute fact, we don't care. It doesn't make a difference. Alternative hypotheses are irrelevant.
No. Post hoc, the fallacy of post.
Hey, Dingo, what's up?
Good morning.
Hey
guys. This is the Atheist Show, right? Oh, so I was just wondering, what's your guys' like definition of God?
Usually
Start off, sort of.
some kind of a conscious entity that created everything except itself.
Okay, awesome. Do you know what like modality is? You're aware of like, modality, modal statements, that kind of thing?
Irrelevancy. Do you have an actual question?
Yeah, I do. I'm just making sure you
No, we're going to
understand
skip
some
all of
basic
anything
concepts
that goes into pedantic philosophical garbage. I just end that conversation and go back to the actual conversation.
Oh, okay. Well, it's okay. I can explain it to
No,
you, if you don't understand.
So
that's
do
cool.
you have an actual
So
question?
having
If you don't give an
definition
actual
problems.
question, I'm just going to kick you off the stage. Skip
Okay,
all
okay.
philosophical
So,
gibberish.
okay. You're getting quite angry still, Dante.
Last
so calm down.
warning. Question.
So you're gay.
Okay, bye.
Uh,
You know, I would
Tijam?
be fine with being gay, but I'm not, unfortunately. Yes, go ahead.
Tijam, your moral argument is entirely based on the concept of imposition of will, moral progression, and moral intuition.
Yes.
Okay. So, moral progress. Can you explain me that?
Moral progress is the tendency for the moral values of a group of people to improve over time. So, like LGBT rights, slavery, ending slavery, women's rights, workers' rights. There seems to be a change. There seems to be consistent changes in cultures of morals, and they seem to be going in the same direction. There seems to be some kind of a consistent pattern in the way that they change. That's moral progress.
Okay. So, if 2 billion Muslims they have progressed to believe in gay marriage to be wrong, and maybe 1 million atheists believe that it to be right, and some people believe otherwise, which one you're going to choose as the
Well, that's
objective
just
moral
a
value?
particular time. So moral progress is a change over time. So if at one time it was 2 billion, and then the number goes down every year, then there's a consistent pattern to that where the number is continually going down.
No,
And you can
so
infer,
you're saying objective moral value changes.
no,
Changes according
our
to time.
subjective intuitions change over time.
Hmm.
Our subjective intuitions don't
Okay,
define objective morality. Our interpretation, our opinions change, and they're all changing in the same direction.
No, but you said moral intuition is a part of defining objective moral values.
Right. So each moral intuition is a subjective morality. It's our subjective opinions, and the subjective opinions of people change over time. But what's objectively true is the thing that guides all of our moral intuitions. The way it changes is all changing in the same direction. So it's pointing towards one objective truth, even though our subjective values can change over time. They're all changing in the same direction.
Okay, so you believe in objective moral values because you think some natural phenomena gave you that objective values, isn't it? It is dependent on mine. So I will give you a scenario. Just India and China consists of half of the world's population, and more than 90% have taken COVID vaccine. So in a case, just think that some due to the vaccine, some chemical changes happened in the brain, and they are still intelligent. Nothing happened, but they have their moral values changed. Now they consider raping and murder to be acceptable. So they are the majority of more than 50%. So now would you consider raping to be fine?
Again, so this is a consistent change over time. So this is the cold argument for global warming. If the argument is that there's consistent global warming, and you say, but it's winter, look at the snow, no global warming. The way evidence works is that the graph can have ups and downs and ups and downs and ups and downs, but we're looking at the trend, the total trend over human history. So even if everybody in China and India had some kind of a vaccine that caused their brain to change, that would be a downtrend. But overall, the trend would still be up. It would still be going because we're talking about all of human history, or actually all of animal history, over the past 200 to 2 million years. And so the fact that even if all humans today changed drastically in their views, the trend would still be in the same direction.
No, actually, the first thing is we couldn't know what were the moral values of people who lived more than 100 years back.
Yes, we can.
That's one thing.
Yes,
Second
we
thing
can.
is
Yes, we can. We
no,
literally can.
Okay. Okay, I grant it. Okay, no issues. Now the second thing is, just for example, just think that these people in India and China now they have adapted to the belief that murder is right, murder and rape, and then maybe after 100 years, majority of the planet, 80% believe in murder to be right.
Yes. So in that case,
after 100 years, and
if it was the case that all of society's values changed and continue to change in the opposite direction of moral progress, that would be
due to
evidence.
chemical changes, yeah.
That would be evidence against my hypothesis.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because if your entire objective morality is based on
evidence, it's based on evidence.
Chemicals in the brain. Yeah.
So if the evidence
chemicals in the brain, because you said.
So if the evidence changes, then yes, that would be evidence for a different hypothesis. That's how evidence works.
Can you give a prediction of where this end goal is going? Like, what characteristics and traits that we're ending up towards?
Yes. So my view is that as intellectual growth and resource growth happens, we see any involuntary imposition of will as immoral is the end goal. So every single involuntary imposition of will begin to be seen as immoral until they're all seen as immoral.
Can that mean that an object that gets in your way becomes immoral?
Yes.
It's a non-conscious agent, right?
Yes. So my hypothesis entails that in the very, very, very far future, we will begin to see things in nature as immoral, even if they aren't conscious. And we even see a lot of that today.
What would your example be that we see today?
Have you ever kicked a table and got angry at the table and hit it?
Not really. No.
That's a common feature, happens all the time. It's one of the examples.
I don't
Other examples would be
I don't
like
see it as
seeing plant life as being animal life as being valuable, things that we don't typically think of conscious, like plants.
yeah. I'm
So
vegetarian.
it's a very
so I think
common thing.
animal
There's
life
lots of
personally.
evidence for that in the field of philosophy. It is applied to more broad spectrums.
But I just don't see the object as being the immoral object. I just get angry, but I'm not necessarily focusing. I wouldn't say on the object.
That's nice because this is a prediction about the future. So, well, if in a billion years, if you still don't, then call me.
Also, this is a random aside, but I have to go in about 30 minutes.
All right.
Anybody else from the audience want to talk about that?
Wasim, did you have anything?
I would. Thank you for the opportunity. Must have been quite a hard time trying to understand flying space. I was having a hard time, but that's besides the point. What do you mean? Do you believe that moral intuitions are is objective morals?
No, moral intuitions are our subjective interpretation of morality, just like our eyesight is subjective interpretation of light.
Oh. Anyways, I would just like to talk more about the why question. I feel like it was kind of like just tossed away to the side.
The what question?
When we were talking. When it comes to the ultimate why question, I just want to know how you reconcile with this. Like when it comes to proving something, how do you deal with the why question?
What is the why question? Can you give me an example?
Like as if I was just like the example that I told Amy when I fall. Like let's say I drop something. Why does it fall? Because of gravity. Why does gravity do that? There's other reasons for that. It may, but that's besides the
And
point.
you're asking
Whatever
like, what is
reasons.
the final why question or the answer to the final why question or something?
Yeah, like the final why question. Like once you give reasons to why gravity does what it does.
Because it's the fundamental
why does
nature
that
of
make-
reality. That is the final why question. And if you ask why is the fundamental nature of reality, like no, it's just it is. There is no answer to that. It is fundamentally the fundamental nature of reality.
Yeah, see, that's just the thing. You can't really. There's no real answer. It always comes to a point.
No, that is
where
an
you have
answer. That's a full answer. So there is no why for the fundamental nature of reality. It is uncaused, and so there isn't a why to it. It is the way it is. That is the answer. So it's fully answered.
I disagree with that. I don't think What makes you say that?
That's how necessary means work. Like I don't get it.
No. You said like the fundamental for
Nature of
for
reality?
natural for nature, whatever. Yeah, that so why do you think there is no why question for that? It just is, right?
Because that's what the word fundamental means.
Well, I didn't really take that in, but well then I guess I'd argue it's not fundamental.
Yeah, you could say that, but that would mean that you would lead to like an infinite regress or something, which I mean, I'm fine with an infinite regress. I don't see a problem with it, but I don't think there is one. So if there is a fundamental nature of reality, that would be the final answer to the why question. If there's not, then it would just be an infinite regression.
How would there just be an infinite regression?
Infinite regresses are logically possible.
You mean infinite regression of why questions? Yeah.
No,
And,
I mean of
when I used to think
causes.
about this, I came up with and when I used to think about this, so when I used to think about like this why question, I also came to this because every time that you even try to answer something in any way, it just comes to this. And yeah, it is a big problem, I think.
What?
Do you have any arguments for a fundamental or whatever?
Now I have a question.
Go ahead, Amy.
Well, I just want to know why the cause would be a whom. In almost any of our natural laws, the cause is never a whom. So why, at this point, all the way back at I guess the beginning of time and space, would it be a whom?
Alright, I'm sorry if I haven't made it clear enough. I don't want to talk to Amy. I'd like to talk to T-Jump, no disrespectful stuff.
He's afraid of you, Amy.
No, I get it. I do have cooties, but I will also
Right.
say, like, that does mean you just don't have an answer. And just say, I don't know. It's okay.
No,
And
it's because you're bisexual.
it's because I'm bisexual?
Exactly.
That's right. I'd
Oh
rather
my.
talk to T-Jump and not have to address this.
He's afraid he's going to catch your cooties. Amy was right. That's
That's
funny.
right. So if you could just
See?
It's funny.
just forget about this and let me continue talking to T-Jump. So you were well, sorry, we were talking last time. You were like, you said something like, anyways, so I'll just explain this. You believe that there was nothing before the universe began to exist? What do you believe the first cause is?
Quantum fields.
Quantum fields? Elaborate, please.
Google quantum
I'm not
fields.
exactly sure what you mean by quantum fields. Sorry?
Google quantum fields. It's a thing in physics.
Do you mean like quantum mechanics and stuff?
Quantum fields are a thing that perpetuates quantum mechanics.
Oh, well, I'm pretty sure I understand it then. I know quite a lot. Anyways, but a lot of what I was saying before it was coming from, and I'll just explain it. Basically it's coming from this point. Let's say that
So
there
the
was
audience is
nothing
actually
before the
voting to
universe
kick him because
existed.
he's afraid of Amy. That's what the audience says. Amy can kick.
No,
Amy is
I'm
an
not
admin, so
afraid.
she can kick him whenever she wants. That's totally up to her.
Well, I will say that it is kind of, I didn't want to use the word cowardly. It's such an easy. The sexuality, I will say.
Well, I recognize not debating someone because of their sexuality as a reason, and there's not much you can do about what
Wait,
I
I have a random
Can
question. Do you
you-
think would it be worse if he said he wouldn't want to talk to you because you're a woman?
Yeah, that's
T-Jump,
I
what's
get
a
it.
woman?
It's like a backwards compliment. Yeah.
What is a woman,
Anyways,
T-Jump?
I'm a what's his name? Matt Walsh. I agree with Matt Walsh, adult female human. So I'm on a Matt Walsh camp on that one.
What's an adult female human?
Biology and chemistry.
Like, because we get to female, right?
Yeah, my normal question's what's a female after that. But
Yeah.
see, they want to get off track on that. Because every time that you say, like, oh, I'm bisexual or transgender or whatever they go to, like, it's never about theology. Like, you guys have had thousands of
Well, you could be a
years to try to
Platonist. That'd be got
apologize.
theology then.
Oh, I
You'd have to be
guess so.
embodying the perfect form of a woman or something.
And I would like it if they came forward and were like, listen, my prophet said to murder you. And listen, I can't really talk to you because we have the book and it says like this whole murder thing. But, you gotta be passive aggressive
We
again.
should get Darth
Yeah.
Dawkins to come in here.
I try not to be so direct with it, but I don't want to talk to you.
I think
You're gay.
Z-Bit1 wants to
that's-
speak.
Well, hey, he's honest about it at least. So I mean,
Anyways,
We should get Z-Bit1 in here.
I want to explain.
yeah. So like, why would
want-
quantum fields be a worse explanation than invisible sky daddy?
What?
Why would quantum
That's not what
fields
I'm
being
talking
the
about.
fundamental thing be bad compared to invisible sky daddy?
Stop talking.
What?
That's not what I'm talking about. Hold on.
He doesn't want to talk to me, he doesn't want to talk to you.
No. I want to explain this something. Let's say that there was nothing before the universe existed, right? Would that mean that this universe would not be objective? Because how could that nothing dictate this universe being objective?
Yes,
And
if
what
there
I
was
mean by
if there was
objective
nothing
is-
before the universe existed, the universe wouldn't exist. So the universe has always existed. It's never not existed. It doesn't have a beginning.
You think this universe was always here?
No, this universe had a beginning, but all natural things did not have a beginning.
Well, yeah, and that has a lot to do with quantum mechanics.
Yes. Because space
But,
and
but,
time is
but what is
emergent
that
from
exactly?
quantum fields, and space and time were not the beginning of everything. Therefore, quantum fields existed before space time, and they are natural things, and they don't require a skydiving. Yes.
Oh, so you are atheist?
Yes.
Oh, why is this?
Because there's no evidence of
You
God.
do know what the show is called, right?
I don't know if you can read.
Well, why do you? Anyways, why do you require evidence
I
to believe in
require
God?
evidence to believe anything other than my personal favorite beliefs.
But why is this?
Because I want a way to differentiate imagination from reality.
Well, I think you're wrong.
Okay. I think you're a potato.
In what way? In what way is he
So
wrong?
there.
Yeah. So what's your exact argument for moral intuitions? Because
Moral
I heard a little
intuitions
bit
are a
about it
thing
while
it's a
while I
fact.
was
It's a
going
phenomenon that we know exists.
You explain more on that? Like, it's a fact.
Yes.
I don't know.
Moral intuitions are just the feelings you get of right and wrongness. That's all moral intuitions are. Whether or not they're objective or subjective is irrelevant. The moral intuitions exist as a phenomenon regardless of whether they're objective or subjective.
Oh.
Also, this is a feeling I get, but when theists can't answer questions, they end up trying to go to morality. That's my new experiment.
It's technically
Okay,
true,
that's
yes.
nice. But anyways,
But anyways, morality.
yeah.
Well, I think it's
that
because since
morality.
morality hasn't been solved by science yet, it's kind of a god of the gaps. And so they can go to it as kind of a gap that most people agree upon, that things are moral. And since science hasn't explained it, they can use that to say, you see, here's something you haven't explained, therefore God done it.
Yeah, that's
Exactly.
nice. But the penguin guy that was in here earlier, what was he arguing?
He's arguing about semantics, about philosophical terms like brute facts and modality. So he had nothing relevant to say.
And is
wow.
God subject to morality, or is morality subject to God?
Yes.
Oh.
I want to hear what Zebit1 has to say.
There were some other people in
what's
line
your
first.
Okay.
So you, Amy said that I wasn't answering a question or something. What is this question exactly?
Well, every time that we ask you how maybe...
I was talking to T-Jump.
Oh, of course, I forgot. I'm sorry. I have the cooties. I'm sorry. I don't want to get them all
He
over
literally
you.
asked,
Make
"Hey
me have
Amy,
the
hey
shot."
Amy, what was this question?"
That's true.
Ugh. He talked to you inadvertently. I think he's going to become bi now.
Listen, it's Freudian. I understand.
All right. Hello 369. I think you were next.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so basically I wanted to ask about your your stance on the universe basically being a brute fact. Because if you say, okay, so if the universe did not have a beginning, the universe would exist internally.
Yep.
Is that correct?
Internally would be more
And
circular. So brute fact means it's uncaused.
brute fact means it's uncaused, as in its essence is existence.
Essence and existence aren't things in philosophy. That's atomistic gibberish. But yeah, brute fact means it has no cause.
Yeah, but if it has no cause, it has to be internal, as in
No.
infinite in time.
Well, so
Why not?
internal would be like circular. The thing causes itself. There's three options. One is it's a necessary being or brute fact. Two is it's an infinite regress. Three is it caused itself. It's circular. So those are the three options. I think it's more of like a necessary being or a brute fact. Internal is another possibility, the infinite regression one, but I tend to lean towards the necessary being brute
Yeah,
fact.
but if it doesn't have a beginning, it doesn't have a point in time at which it began, meaning it existed.
Time began to exist.
Like
So
in
space and time are emergent from quantum fields. So time and space began to exist.
we don't know
We
that.
do.
That
We
has
do.
not been proven yet.
Yes, we Google.
It's a working theory.
Google emergent spacetime. So it's the leading consensus view, I believe, in physics.
Yeah, it's a leading theory, of course.
Which is better than everything else. That is the best option. Leading theory in the field is the best option.
Maybe,
There,
but
there's
it
no
doesn't
maybe.
prove that is how it happened.
That's not a maybe. Like there's the leading theory in the field based on all the evidence, and there's what other people make up based off of not the leading field in the evidence. Those are the
Yeah, but it still doesn't
Yeah, but
prove it
that's
to
not
be
assumed
true.
that it's
Prove
necessarily
that it's
true.
like the best explanation we have for
well,
now.
yes,
Yeah.
that's literally what it proves. That is literally the best explanation
No,
we
it
have right
doesn't.
now.
Maybe the guy who's the leading theorist
Yeah,
told
yeah,
everybody
but
else.
like when you say prove, I mean to say like you say that it's true.
Oh yeah, we can't
because
prove it's
we
correct
like
yet.
that's like the
It's
best
the
thing.
best theory we have, but we can't prove it's correct. That's true.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, but I still I don't understand like if it doesn't have a beginning, it has to be infinite in time because it has no point in time in which it began. So it has to be outside of like
No,
you would
so if time
say
began, then there could be some like space and time is a field. It's a physical field, and there could be other fields that can have change in them that aren't time. So time is one field, and there are other fields, and you can have change and of kinds of states in those other fields without time. And so you could say this is like time B or something, where there's this other non-time thing where things can exist and change in. And so you don't need something to be eternally infinite in time to be able to exist like that. So there can be a thing that exists outside of time, but it's not eternal in time because time doesn't
so
exist.
you would call this like meta time?
Sort of, yeah.
Like
Sort of, yeah.
Like,
You heard of the
so
B
you
theory?
would
The
say
B
time
theory
has
of
a
time.
beginning. Oh, so the bit theory is like that the future and the past and present are
Exist,
equal in
yeah, exist
existence.
simultaneously.
Well, I would not agree with that. I would
Well,
say
well,
like we can only
I
say that
don't
the
I don't
present
agree with it
exists.
either. But the point is that there are many different theories that you can use in order to explain that without having a beginning in time kind of a thing.
Yes, but like the thing is, if your theory depends on a theory to be accepted, basically you would say almost blindly, then you cannot say it proves anything. You just say if we accept these premises, then we can say this proves this, which I would agree with.
Right. What's the problem there?
Well, my problem is like I don't like you just simply cannot still like it's a flaw in premises because we just have to accept it as being true. Well, yeah, I can do a similar thing where I say you should accept my premises, which you don't necessarily agree to, and then we can reach to a different conclusion.
Right.
What we can all agree on is no. Finish up, T-Jump. I'll make my.
All right, yeah, so I agree you can make up any hypothesis you want to explain the data. The one that's the most rational.
No, not hypothesis, as premises, like
Wait,
the
wait,
things
wait,
we
stop.
accept
Those are
before
wait,
we
stop.
prove.
So anybody can make up any hypothesis they want to explain the data, but it doesn't matter because what we care about is the one that's the most likely to be true, and the one that's most likely to be true is the one that only uses principles, particles, and laws that have been confirmed to exist independent of our imagination. So all of the physics theories like string theory, many worlds theory, de Broglie pilot wave theory, they are only allowed to use combinations of principles, particles, and laws in physics that have been proven to exist independent of our imagination. Therefore, those theories are rational. Any theory that adds a new thing that hasn't been demonstrated to exist, like a god, mind outside of space-time, omniscience, omnipotence, blah, 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 souls, any of those are irrational theories. So we can say that the theory that is the most rational is the theory that only uses combinations of principles and particles and laws that have already been demonstrated to exist. That's the difference.
I wouldn't say because I'm not I'm not a
One sec.
empiricist.
Amy,
I
what
don't
did you want to
I
say?
don't
Well,
okay.
we can empirically verify that the universe is 13.8 billion years. We know
I would
this.
not agree.
Well, I get that, but I guess I'll try and explain why. Yeah, that's a fact. We know.
I would not agree.
Hold up. Let her
Well,
finish.
sure. But facts, they don't really care about our opinions. And so the microwave background
I don't know.
radiation, we know.
What, sir? Yes, I know about the background like radiation, basically that apparently like our universe is stretching and it created this like heat from the beginning, and we can still like see that in our
Well,
universe.
that is Hubble's law. But yes, that combined with the microwave background radiation is an early imprint of our universe that happened soon after the Big Bang. And then Hubble's law means that all objects are big spatial objects are moving outwards, and we can tell this by them being red shifted, and something
Yeah.
like Andromeda being blue shifted, and we can
Yeah.
see.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Okay, if you're aware of that and you disagree with any of that information, why would you disagree with the Big Bang?
The reason I simply would disagree is because, like, okay, when I say I disagree, I don't think necessarily. Again, we can say it's true, which I think you agree, but I don't think it like proves that to be factual, as in because I have to accept the premises you like go in. Like again, I'm not imperialist. I don't necessarily believe that empirical scientific data necessarily proves something, because we have to first accept something, like as in like you would say a priori, like if that is the correct term to say. Like basically we just have to accept, like I can go through the specific premises we do accept before we make our first conclusion. We have to first make essentially assessments of how reality must be for us to be able to do empirical science, and that is simply cannot that those things cannot be scientifically proven. They have to
What's
be
your alternative
basically
hypothesis?
accepted on metaphysical
What's your
level.
alternative hypothesis?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to know.
What is my hypothetical
Alternative to the
hypothesis
methods
to
we
what?
use in science. What is your alternative hypothesis? Your alternative methodology?
Well, I would definitely I'm more sympathetic to like rationalist way of thinking, where I think like we should like necessarily like rely on our like essentially logic and our rationality to try to basically strive at truth.
All right,
and what's more
use rationality to make a successful novel prediction.
Which what? Sorry?
Can you use rationality to make a successful novel prediction about something we don't know yet and get it right?
Can we do that? Well, I have not thought about that specifically. Well, the thing is, well, I think we definitely use it, because we have to make an essentially like we use it because even when we have scientific data, we use our rationality to disclose what the data essentially
Well, sure.
says.
But
And
that's not
so
the
we
question. So rationalism versus empiricism. The debate is about which one can
Okay.
tell us about reality. Empiricism says we can tell you about reality because we can use our empirical data to make predictions about the future and get it right. Rationalism has never been able to do that. Now, rationalism, obviously, we use rational thinking when doing empirical work, but empiricism uses the empirical data
Yeah.
to make the prediction. Rationalism has nothing to make predictions.
Yeah, so I would certainly agree that empirical data is definitely much more useful and much more reliable when it comes to making assessments of how our natural world would behave. But it doesn't entail that is like it doesn't entail true facts, or it doesn't entail what like necessarily proves it. I never claimed that like with rationality like we will like definitely get those things, but I think it's basically a like way of thinking that we must essentially use for
Well,
anything.
no. So
And I
rationality
think
also
it would
doesn't
be
entail truth either, because there's multiple different forms of logic. There's standard logic, non-standard logics, many-valued logic, quantum logic, fuzzy logic. Each one of these logics could be true, invalidating the other ones. And so our rationality, which is typically built on standard logic, is also not necessarily true. So the fact that you're trying to determine truth based off of rationality or empiricism, neither one entails that what we're saying is correspondent to reality. What matters is which one is the most likely or the best at telling us these things. Empiricism is better because it can predict the future, and the ability to predict the future is the best way to try to give us a justification to differentiate whether something is real or imaginary. Rationalism doesn't work, which is why pretty much everybody in science and philosophy abandoned it.
we are also very susceptible to charming people making things sound rational to us and us being convinced. If we want to get bias out of it, empiricism, science is the best methodology we have from discerning fact from fiction.
Well, you can say that for both ways. Like anybody is susceptible to, you would say, even the data you see, like mathematicians are, like, you would say, influenced by the beauty of some equations rather than, like, you would say, their innate, like, probability or some sorts. Like, I don't necessarily know, like, even what I'm necessarily talking about here,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
that
for
is
sure.
just
The
what they
simplicity
said.
in mathematical equations is always preferred. They like the way they look, for sure. Well, so what?
Yeah, yeah, but like, uh, she said, like, when it comes to, like, you have to be careful when you use your, like, rationality, because you can be influenced by other people. Well, like, even in empirical data can influence your psychology to do something which is not necessarily empirical. It like her criticism doesn't invalidate my way of thinking as much as it validates her also.
I'm not sure I understand both your sides there, but so I would say that rationalism does not have a way to differentiate imagination from reality. Like our logical and mathematical systems could purely be
Wait, empiricism does?
yes.
Okay, when you say our imagination versus our reality, what do you mean by that?
So,
like, because I don't think I get what you mean by that
I
exactly.
imagine I'm seeing a unicorn, but I am not seeing a unicorn. I do not see a unicorn. So there are things that I have
How
made
do
up.
you know that?
I can literally see. I see a TV. I do not see a unicorn, but I imagine a unicorn. So there's some difference between my imagination and my experience, right? It's got to be a difference because I'm imagining a unicorn,
Okay.
but I am not seeing the unicorn.
Okay,
So there's a
well,
difference between
how can you
there's a difference.
how can you empirically prove? How can you even yeah, how can you even empirically prove, like, what you can see
What
and like what things are
what does
happening in
the
your
word
brain?
empirical mean?
So, like, data, collecting data
From
science, basically.
empirical means collecting data from what?
From the natural world we
From
have.
sense experience.
Mm, Yes,
I don't
okay.
get how solipsism. It always goes back to this. I don't get how
Well,
solipsism fixes anything. Because if solipsism is true, and you're trying to trust,
I don't think he's a
your
solipsist.
rationality. Well, no, I agree. I mean, most theists are not solipsists, and yet it always seems to go back to solipsism.
Okay, well, my only criticism is, like, when you say, like, you can use, like, empirical data to necessarily, like, distinct from, like, imagination and reality. I would say you simply can't. You just trust that it does, because, like, again, like thinking is, in my opinion, not necessarily like in a sensory thing, because, like, you don't necessarily have to see your thoughts. You don't have to sense, like, you cannot taste them. It's like there is a
Right.
certain aspect of thoughts that are not taste sensory.
Well, so the follow up here is that there's some difference between our imagination
I
and
mean,
experience, and our imagination is very bad at predicting our experiences. It's very bad at predicting the future. But if you have a hypothesis that's very good at predicting the future, that's a reason to believe that hypothesis is more likely in correspondence to whatever it is you're experiencing than your imagination, because it's good at predicting the future. Your imagination is bad at predicting the future. And so
uh,
if you have a hypothesis, like there
but
is an external world, and in the external world, there are asteroids or whatever, and the asteroids will come once every 500 years, and that comes true. That's reason to believe your hypothesis that there is an external world corresponds to this
okay,
experiential stuff rather than your imagination.
yeah, okay. Okay, I would disagree with the first thing, like, in the beginning you said. Now I don't know, can I necessarily say the same thing as you said, but basically you would say, like, you cannot use our imagination, like, because it's just not good. Well, how do you think we get those hypotheses? We use our imagination, and then we try to confirm that imagination with the data we have, and if that imagination is correlated reliably with outside world, we say this is a working hypothesis, just like Einstein discovered like the relativity theory, like he did not confirm it until
so you're
much
partially
later
right. You're
on.
partially right. So we use our imagination to come up with tons and tons of hypotheses. 99% of them are wrong, but one of them is right.
Yes.
This one that's right,
Yes.
whatever is in that hypothesis, like if that hypothesis says there is an external world and that's why this happens, we're rational to believe the one that's right because all of the other ones don't work. And so you're right that we come up with that one via our imagination, but that isn't the same
Yeah.
as imagination because all of the other ones that we come up with imagination are wrong. So imagination is very bad. But if we got one that was very good, and that one in our imagination says there is an external world and it works to predict the future, we're rational to believe that one.
Yeah. It's funny like how you say like I can say what you said like kind of in a different way. It's like if your imagination is true then it's good, and if your imagination is not good, like not true, then it's
No,
bad. It's like
if one can
like
predict the future, it's good, and if one that can't, it's
yeah,
garbage.
if it's correct, of course, if it's true, as in it
Well, no, this
correlates
isn't
with
no.
reality.
To
What
predict
like
the
I
future
said.
doesn't necessarily mean correlate to reality. So you can predict the future in the Matrix, but if one predicts the future, you're rational to believe it. If it doesn't, you're not rational to believe it.
Wait, what do you mean you can predict the future in quote unquote matrix? Like our hypothesis because they correlate with reality. When I say
What?
correlate, it means we can test them.
Well, that's not what correlate means, but so like even if we're in a dream world, we could still potentially make predictions and still get them right potentially.
I mean potentially.
But we don't accept that. Even if it's
I mean,
possible, we still think it's right if
yeah.
you're able to make
Well,
predictions.
still like here, like even like how I see it, the only thing that we have more determined is that rationality, when used in a proper manner, as in when it uses the data that we have collected, it's more correct than not. And then we can test those hypotheses, which still, like in my opinion, reinforces
Wait, how do you test them
like
without
our
empiricism?
logic. Not well. You. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm coughing a lot. I'm kind of sick. Anyways, basically, like we don't test them. That's the thing. That's empirical thing we do. We don't test them.
Right. So how do you
That's not
differentiate
irrational.
that from imagination? Just something you made up in your head.
Because we essentially make up our world. We make up what logic should be. Like we make up what logical fallacies should be and why we cannot use them.
Well, I don't
So
care
we
about
can
validity.
have like
I
a
grant
better.
validity. I'm talking about the soundness. How do you verify the soundness of your argument? So like if I said cats are dogs, dogs are chickens, therefore cats are chickens, that's valid, makes perfect rational logical sense. It's false. What I care about is the soundness. The only thing to verify soundness is empiricism.
Yeah, but that is because in your example you specifically use something like in nature, as in something like physical. Like when it
But
comes
that's
to
what we want to know
rationalism,
about
like
with reality. If we're talking about reality, it has to be something
if
outside
we
of your,
want to, yes.
what that was what we were
If
talking
we
about.
want to use.
And hello, I have to leave in a second, but what I want to know is do you have an example of something that rationality or whatever you want to label it would be a better methodology than empiricism?
Well, I fundamentally believe that empiricism cannot exist without our rationality. So our empiricism just depends solely on our ability to be rational. So
you're on team
like
empiricism now. Welcome aboard.
what? Sorry?
Well, it sounded like you were kind of attaching to empiricism there. It's kind of like, rationalism, empiricism.
No, I never said empiricism is invalid, as in we should not use it. We definitely should use it, and it's a really valuable tool to be used. Well, even if it's a really valuable tool to be used, it doesn't, like it doesn't necessarily prove anything like outside of like our ability to say what it proves.
I did want to jump in there real quick and say the fact that we need rationalism to apply to empiricism isn't a criticism. That doesn't like we need philosophy to do science, but that doesn't mean everything in philosophy is as good as science. Science is philosophy plus something better. It's specific philosophies and ruling out other philosophies. So empiricism is the same. We obviously use some aspect of rationalism, but not all rationalism is then justified or as justified as empiricism. Empiricism is rationalism plus something else. So it's better than rationalism, better than all of the rationalism because it's rationalism, the good kind, plus some other criterion that stuff has to meet in order to be justified. So simply saying that you
When you say better, what do you mean? What does it mean? It's to be better.
So rationalism starts with a certain set of criteria to establish something as being justified. Empiricism sets additional criteria that something has to be meet in order to be justified. And so the level of correspondence or likelihood to be correspondence is higher under empirical truths than purely rational truths because it has to meet more criteria that are likely to correspond to reality than just rational truths do.
Yeah,
A very quick example is that we can do peer review. We can do things in medicine like a double-blind study, and that just is better than us trying to rationalize it or make arguments. We can gather data, compare the data, and get results.
Well, well, I think what you're trying to like basically say, like, even though it doesn't necessarily prove something, it makes something more likely to be true. Which is basically like when it comes to rationalism, it doesn't try to say what is likely to be true. It says what can be true, and like what is basically definitely not true.
Well, no. So
Well, when it
I think
comes
you're
to
wrong.
those,
So rationalism is also probabilistic because there are other forms of logic. There's standard logic, non-standard logic, quantum logic, fuzzy logic. So rationalism does not say what is true. It says what's true given this logic, if this logic is true. So, and then empiricism goes a step further. It says, here's the rationalism we use, the standard logic, and if this is true, and if all of this empirical stuff is true. So it has extra criterion to make things more likely to be true than rationalism. Rationalism is less likely to be true than empiricism.
I don't know how can you empirically try to prove that.
Well, no, so like,
And on that note, send in so much love to everyone out there on T-Jump's live chat, my live chat. You should all be subscribing, liking, following. And thank you, hello, for joining us. You can keep on having the conversation with T-Jump. I just got great papers.
Yep.
Love you all.
Well, thank you. It was delightful to talk to you.
All right. So to answer your question, like again, rationalism has a certain set of criteria that it uses, like validity and stuff. And then science uses those same criteria, but then adds on more criteria. And so it filters out more wrong data than rationalism does. Rationalism does not filter out wrong data. So I said cats are dogs are chickens, therefore cats are chickens. That isn't filtered out by rationalism because from the rationalist perspective, that's perfectly valid. The only thing that will filter that out is the empiricism part. And so more statements that are false will be filtered out by empirical data than will be filtered out by rationalism. And so empiricism is more likely to be true than rationalism.
Yeah, well, I would say that when we use empiricism, it makes it expands our rationality because it introduces new aspects to it, as in like I said, like I foremost mentioned, like, you know, it makes things more likely because like we can test them. But I think like we can even use like rationality like with our just like thoughts, as in like that correlates to reality. So you'd say imagination. Like for example, like if cats are chickens and chickens are cats, then, you know, chicken and cats are the same thing. Well, we've used like the Aristotle model of like forms, which I don't know. Would you agree with that? But I'm certain. Yeah, I'm certain you would not like really like agree with that. But like I think like we have in our mind, let's say, even we don't have to see in a cat or see a chicken, we can just imagine, like, for example, like, like, let's say what we saw. We have a form in our head how a cat should be, and have a form of chicken how it should be. And if we say those forms are not correlated with one another, therefore we cannot say they're the same thing because we know they're different because of our like.
Well, the only way to get those
thoughts, how I
forms
see
is
it.
through empiricism. Those forms don't exist without empiricism. You can't use rationalism
Not
to deduct what a cat should be.
well. I wouldn't say necessarily empiricism, but it requires our sensation. I wouldn't say all sensation is empiricism, because empiricism says like, okay, we use our like, of course, sensory data, but like we try to then essentially confirm it. We don't necessarily have to prove it. We just only have to have like an idea of like a cat and a chicken. We don't necessarily have to prove that cat is cat. We can be wrong with that, but we just have to have like an idea what we saw cat is.
But that's a posteriori. You still need empirical data for that. Rationalism doesn't use empirical data.
Like, I mean, yeah, fair enough, fair enough. But I think it doesn't need to be as in like confirmed, even so we can necessarily know that cats and chickens are not the same.
Well, you need to have some
Basically.
empirical verification of what a cat is and an empirical verification of what a chicken is in order to know they're not the same. Simply by using the logical form of the argument.
Well,
you can't.
we can have an idea what it is.
No.
Like we can have an idea
If
what
you
it
have
is.
no a posteriori information and all you have is a priori truths like in rationalism, there is no way, there is nothing you can use in rationalism to come to the conclusion of what a chicken is. It's not possible. It's the distinction between a priori and a posteriori. There's literally no a priori truths you can use to get to an a posteriori fact.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, like that's well, could we just like say imagine that? Well, yeah, fair enough, fair enough. I do concede that. Fair enough. Yeah. Well, still okay. Like to return to the subject, like I
Actually,
still
I have to
wanted to
go too because I
question
have
you.
to get to a date. I'm going to, but it was
okay.
great talking to you, and I'll talk to you guys next Sunday. Peace out.
Okay. Bye bye.